Artemistio Celesta. Birth of Themistocles was somewhat too obscure to do him honor. His father Nealcalist was not of the distinguished people of Athens, but of the township of Phryre, and of the tribe Leonte, and by his mother's side, as it is reported, he was base-born. I am not of the noble Grecian race. I'm poor, a Brodnan, and born in Thrace. Let the Greek women scorn me, if they please. I was the mother of Themistocles, yet Fannius writes that the mother of Themistocles was not of Thrace, but of Curia, and that her name was not a Brodnan, but Euterpe. And Neanthes adds farther that she was of Halicarnassus in Caria, and, as illegitimate children, including those that were of the half-blood or had but one parent in a had to attend at the Cynosarges, a wrestling place outside the gate, dedicated to Hercules, who was also of half-blood amongst the gods, having had a mortal woman for his mother. Themistocles persuaded several of the young men of high birth to accompany him to anoint and exercise themselves together at Cynos, an ingenious device for destroying the distinction between the noble and the base, and between those of the whole and those of the half-blood of Athens. However, it is certain that he was related to the house of the Lycomeda, for Simonides records that he rebuilt the chapel of Phlia, belonging to that family, and beautified it with pictures and other ornaments, after it had been burnt by the Persians. It is confessed by all that from his youth he was of a vehement and impetuous nature, of a quick apprehension, and a strong and aspiring bent for action and great affairs. The holidays and intervals in his studies he did not spend in play or idleness as other children, but would be always inventing or arranging some oration or declamation to himself, the subject of which was generally the excusing or accusing his companions, so that his master would often say to him, "You, my boy, will be nothing small, but great one way or other, for good or else for bad." He received reluctantly and carelessly instructions given him to improve his manners and behavior, or to teach him any pleasing or graceful accomplishment. But whatever was said to improve him in sagacity or in management of affairs, he would give attention to beyond one of his years, from confidence in his natural capacities for such things, and thus afterwards, when in companies where people engage themselves in what are commonly thought the liberal and elegant amusements, he was obliged to defend himself against the observations of those who considered themselves highly accomplished, by the somewhat arrogant retort that he certainly could not make use of any stringed instrument. Could only, were a small and obscure city put into his hands, make it great and glorious. Notwithstanding this, Stesimbrotus says that Themistocles was a hearer of Anaxagoras, and that he studied natural philosophy under Molossus, contrary to chronology. For Melissus commanded the Samians, in their siege by Pericles, who was much Themistocles' junior, and with Pericles also Anaxagoras was intimate. They, therefore, might rather be credited who report that Themistocles was an admirer of Mnemosyphilis, the Phrygian, who was neither rhetorician nor natural philosopher, but a professor of that which was then called wisdom, consisting in a sort of political shrewdness and practical sagacity, which had begun and continued, almost like a sect of philosophy, from Solon. But those who came afterwards, and mixed it with pleadings and legal art, and transformed the practical part of it into a mere art of speaking and an exercise of words, were generally called sophists. Themistocles resorted to Mnemosyphilis when he had already embarked in politics. In the first essays of his youth, he was not regular nor happily balanced. He allowed himself to follow mere natural character, which, without the control of reason and instruction, is apt to hurry, upon either side, into sudden and violent courses, and very often to break away and determine upon the worst, as he afterwards owned himself, saying that the wildest colts make the best horses, if they only get properly trained and broken in. But those who, upon this fasten stories of their own invention, as of his being disowned by his father, and that his mother died for grief of her son's ill fame, certainly calumniate him. And there are others who relate, on the contrary, how that to deter him from public business, and to let him see how the vulgar behave themselves towards their leaders when they have at last no farther use of them. His father showed him the old galleys as they lay forsaken and cast about upon the seashore. Yet it is evident that his mind was early imbued with the keenest interest in public affairs, and the most passionate ambition for distinction, eager from the first to obtain the highest place. He unhesitatingly accepted the hatred of the most powerful and influential leaders in the city, but more especially of Aristides, the son of Lysimachus, who always opposed him. And yet all this great enmity between them arose, it appears, from a very boyish occasion, both being attached to the beautiful Stesilaus of Ceos, as Ariston, the philosopher, tells us, ever after which they took opposite sides, and were rivals in politics, not but that the incompatibility of their lives and manners may seem to have increased the difference. For Aristides was of a mild nature, and of a nobler sort of character, and, in public matters, acting always with a view, not to glory or popularity, but to the best interests of the state, consistently with safety and honesty. He was often forced to oppose Themistocles and interfere against the increase of his influence, seeing him stirring up the people to all kinds of enterprises and introducing various innovations. For it is said that Themistocles was so transported with the thoughts of glory, and so inflamed with the passion for great actions that, though he was still young when the Battle of Marathon was fought against the Persians upon the skillful conduct of the general, Miltiades being everywhere talked about, he was observed to be thoughtful and reserved, alone by himself. He passed the nights without sleep, and avoided all his usual places of recreation, and to those who wondered at the change, and inquired the reason of it, he gave the answer that the trophy of Miltiades would not let him sleep, and when others were of opinion that the Battle of Marathon would be an end to the war, Themistocles thought that it was but the beginning of far greater conflicts, and for these, to the benefit of all Greece, he kept himself in continual readiness, and his city also in proper training, foreseeing from far before what would happen. And first of all, the Athenians being accustomed to divide amongst themselves the revenue proceeding from the silver mines at Laurium, he was the only man that dared propose to the people that this distribution should cease, and that with the money ships should be built to make war against the Egyptians, who were the most flourishing people in all Greece, and by the number of their ships held the sovereignty of the sea. And Themistocles thus was more easily able to persuade them, avoiding all mention of danger from Deus or the Persians, who were at a great distance, and their coming very uncertain, and at that time not much to be feared, but by a seasonable employment of the emulation and anger felt by the Athenians against the Egyptians, he induced them to preparation, so that with this money 100 ships were built, with which they afterwards fought against Xerxes, and henceforward, little by little, turning and drawing the city down towards the sea, in the belief that, whereas by land they were not a fit match for their next neighbors, with their ships they might be able to repel the Persians and command Greece. Thus, as Plato says, from steady soldiers he turned them into mariners, and seamen tossed about the sea, and gave occasion for the reproach against him, that he took away from the Athenians the spear and the shield, and bound them to the bench and the oar. These measures he carried in the assembly against the opposition, as Decembrotus relates of Miltiades, and whether or no he hereby injured the purity and true balance of government may be a question for philosophers, but that the deliverance of Greece came at that time from the sea, and that these galleys restored Athens again after it was destroyed. Were others wanting, Xerxes himself would be sufficient evidence, who, though his land forces were still there, after his defeat at sea, fled away, and thought himself no longer able to encounter the Greeks, and, as it seems to me, left Mardonius behind him, not out of any hopes he could have to bring them into subjection, but to hinder them from pursuing him. Themistocles is said to have been eager in the acquisition of riches, according to some, that he might be the more liberal, for loving to sacrifice often, and to be splendid in his entertainment of strangers. He required a plentiful revenue. Yet he is accused by others of having been parsimonious and sordid to that degree that he would sell provisions which were sent to him as a present. He desired Diphilides, who was a breeder of horses, to give him a colt, and when he refused it, threatened that in a short time he would turn his house into a wooden horse, intimating that he would stir up dispute and litigation between him and some of his relations. He went beyond all men in the passion for distinction. When he was still young and unknown in the world, he entreated Epicles of Hermione, who had a good hand at the lute and was much sought after by the Athenians, to come and practice at home with him, being ambitious of having people inquire after his house and frequent his company when he came to the Olympic Games, and was so splendid in his equipage and entertainments, in his rich tents and furniture, that he strove to outdo Cimon. He displeased the Greeks, who thought that such magnificence might be allowed in one who was a young man and of a great family, but was a great piece of insolence in one as yet undistinguished, and without title or means for making any such display. In a dramatic contest, the play he paid for won the prize, which was then a matter that excited much emulation. He put up a tablet in record of it, with the inscription, "Themistocles of Phryre was at the charge of it, Phrynius mated, Adomantus was archon." He was well liked by the common people, would salute every particular citizen by his own name, and always show himself a just judge in questions of business between private men. He said to Simonides, the poet of Cos, who desired something of him when he was commander of the army, that was not reasonable. Simonides, you would be no good poet if you wrote false measure. Nor should I be a good magistrate if a favor I made false law. And at another time, laughing at Simonides, he said that he was a man of little judgment to speak against the Corinthians, who were inhabitants of a great city, and to have his own picture drawn so often, having so ill-looking a face, gradually growing to be great, and winning the favor of the people. He at last gained the day with his faction over that of Aristides, and procured his banishment by ostracism, when the king of Persia was now advancing against Greece, and the Athenians were in consultation who should be general, and many withdrew themselves of their own accord, being terrified with the greatness of the danger. There was one Epictetus, a popular speaker, son to Xuph, a man of an eloquent tongue, but of a faint heart, and a slave to riches, who was desirous of the command, and was looked upon to be in a fair way to carry it by the number of votes. But Themistocles, fearing that if the command should fall into such hands, all would be lost, bought off Epictetus and his pretensions, it is said, for a sum of money, when the king of Persia sent messengers into Greece with an interpreter to demand earth and water, as an acknowledgment of subjection. Themistocles, by the consent of the people, seized upon the interpreter and put him to death for presuming to publish the barbarian orders and decrees in the Greek language. This is one of the actions he is commended for, as also for what he did to Artemius of Zelia, who brought gold from the king of Persia to corrupt the Greeks, and was, by an order from Themistocles, degraded and he and his children and his posterity. But that which most of all redounded to his credit was that he put an end to all the civil wars of Greece, composed their differences, and persuaded them to lay aside all enmity during the war with the Persians. And in this great work, Chilius the Arcadian was, it is said, of great assistance to him, having taken upon himself the command of the Athenian forces. He immediately endeavored to persuade the citizens to leave the city and to embark upon their galleys and meet with the Persians at a great distance from Greece. But many being against this, he led a large force, together with the Lacedaemonians, into Tempe, that in this pass they might maintain the safety of Thessaly, which had not as yet declared for the king. But when they returned without performing anything, and it was known that not only the Thessalians, but all as far as Boeotia was going over to Zer, then the Athenians more willingly hearkened to the advice of Themistocles to fight by sea, and sent him with a fleet to guard the straits of Artemisium. When the contingents met here, the Greeks would have the Lacedaemonians to command, and Eurybaeus to be their admiral, but the Athenians, who surpassed all the rest together in number of vessels, would not submit to come after any other, till Themistocles, perceiving the danger of this contest, yielded his own command to Eurybaeus, and got the Athenians to submit, extenuating the loss by persuading them that if in this war they behaved themselves like men, he would answer for it after that the Greeks, of their own will, would submit to their command. And by this moderation of his, it is evident that he was the chief means of the deliverance of Greece, and gained the Athenians the glory of alike surpassing their enemies in valor, and their confederates in wisdom. As soon as the Persian armada arrived at Athens, Eurybaeus was astonished to see such a vast number of vessels before him, and, being informed that 200 more were sailing round behind the island of Shoth, he immediately determined to retire farther into Greece, and to sail back into some part of Peloponnesus, where their land army and their fleet might join. For he looked upon the Persian forces to be altogether unassailable by sea. But the Euboeans, fearing that the Greeks would forsake them and leave them to the mercy of the enemy, sent Pelagon to confer privately with Themistocles, taking with him a good sum of money, which, as Herodotus reports, he accepted and gave to Eurybaeus. In this affair none of his own countrymen opposed him so much as Architels, captain of the sacred galley, who, having no money to supply his seamen, was eager to go home. But Themistocles so incensed the Athenians against him that they set upon him and left him not so much as his supper, at which Architels was much surprised and took it very ill. But Themistocles immediately sent him in a chest a service of provisions, and at the bottom of it a talent of silver, desiring him to sup tonight, and tomorrow provide for his seamen. If not, he would report it amongst the Athenians that he had received money from the enemy. So Phanias the lesbian tells the story. Though the fights between the Greeks and Persians in the Straits of Euboea were not so important as to make any final decision of the war, yet the experience which the Greeks obtained in them was of great advantage, for thus, by actual trial and in real danger, they found out that neither number of ships, nor riches and ornaments, nor boasting shouts, nor barbarous songs of victory were anywhere terrible to men that knew how to fight, and were resolved to come hand to hand with their enemies. These things they were to despise, and to come up close and grapple with their foes. This Pindar appears to have seen, and says justly enough of the fight at Artemis, that there the sons of Athens set the stone that freedom stands on yet. For the first step towards victory undoubtedly is to gain courage. Artemisium is in Euboea, beyond the city of Hestia, a sea beach, open to the north. Most nearly opposite to it stands Olizon, in the country which formerly was under. There is a small temple there, dedicated to Diana, surnamed of the Dawn, and trees about it, around which again stand pillars of white marble, and if you rub them with your hand, they send forth both the smell and color of saffron. On one of the pillars these verses are engraved, with numerous tribes from Asia's regions broth. Sons of Athens on these waters fought, erecting, after they had quelled the mead, to Artemis, this record of the deed. There is a place still to be seen upon this shore, where in the middle of a great heap of sand they take out from the bottom a dark powder like ashes or something that has passed the fire, and here it is supposed the shipwrecks and bodies of the dead were burnt. But when news came from Thermopylae to Artemisia, informing them that King Leonidas was slain, and that Xerxes had made himself master of all the passages by land, they returned back to the interior of Greece, the Athenians having the command of the rear, the place of honor and danger, and much elated by what had been done, Datis Themistocles sailed along the coast. He took notice of the harbors and fit places for the enemy's ships to come to land at, and engraved large letters in such stones as he found there by chance, as also in others which he set up on purpose near to the landing places, or where they were to water, in which inscriptions he called upon the Ionians to forsake the Medes, if it were possible, and come over to the Greeks, who were their proper founders and fathers, and were now hazarding all for their liberties. But if this could not be done, at any rate, to impede and disturb the Persians in all engagements, he hoped that these writings would prevail with the Ionians to revolt or raise some trouble by making their fidelity doubtful to the Persians. Now, though Xerxes had already passed through Doris and invaded the country of Phoci, and was burning and destroying the cities of the Phocians, yet the Greeks sent them no relief, and though the Athenians earnestly desired them to meet the Persians before they could come into Attica, as they themselves had come forward by sea at Artemisia, they gave no ear to their request, being wholly intent upon Peloponnesus, and resolved to gather all their forces together within the and to build a wall from sea to sea in that narrow neck of land, so that the Athenians were enraged to see themselves betrayed, and at the same time afflicted and dejected at their own destitution. For to fight alone against such a numerous army was to no purpose, and the only expedient now left them was to leave their city and cling to their ships, which the people were very unwilling to submit to, imagining that it would signify little now to gain a victory, and not understanding how there could be deliverance any longer after they had once forsaken the temples of their gods and exposed the tombs and monuments of their ancestors to the fury of their enemies, Themistocles, being at a loss, and not able to draw the people over to his opinion by any human reason, set his machines to work, as in a theater, and employed prodigies and oracles. The serpent of Minerva, kept in the inner part of her temple, disappeared. The priests gave it out to the people that the offerings which were set for it were found untouched, and declared, by the suggestion of Themistocles, that the goddess had left the city, and taken her flight before them towards the sea. And he often urged them with the oracle which bade them trust to walls of wood, showing them that walls of wood could signify nothing else but ship, and that the island of Salamis was termed in it, not miserable or unhappy, but had the epithet of divine, for that it should one day be associated with a great good fortune of the Greeks. At length his opinion prevailed, and he obtained a decree that the city should be committed to the protection of Minerva, Queen of Athens, that they who were of age to bear arms should embark, and that each should see to sending away his children, women, and slaves where he could. This decree being confirmed, most of the Athenians removed their parents, wives, and children to Troezen, where they were received with eager goodwill by the Trozenians, who passed the votes that they should be maintained at the public charge by a daily payment of 2 obols to every one, and leave be given to the children to gather fruit where they pleased, and schoolmasters paid to instruct them. This vote was proposed by Nicagoras. There was no public treasure at that time in Athens, but the Council of Areopagus, as Aristotle says, distributed to every one that served 8 drachmas, which was a great help to the manning of the fleet. But Clydemus ascribes this also to the art of Themistocles. When the Athenians were on their way down to the haven of Piraeus, the shield with the head of Medusa was missing, and he, under the pretext of searching for it, ransacked all places, and found among their goods considerable sums of money concealed, which he applied to the public use. And with this the soldiers and seamen were well provided for their voyage. When the whole city of Athens were going on board, it afforded a spectacle worthy of pity alike and admiration to see them thus send away their fathers and children before them, and unmoved with their cries and tears, pass over into the island. But that which stirred compassion most of all was that many old men, by reason of their great age, were left behind, and even the tame domestic animals could not be seen without some pity, running about the town and howling, as desirous to be carried along with their masters that had kept them, among which it is reported that Xanthopus, the father of Pericles, had a dog that would not endure to stay behind, but leaped into the sea, and swam along by the galley's side, till he came to the island of Salamis, where he fainted away and died. And that spot in the island, which is still called the dog's grave, is said to be his. Among the great actions of Themistocles at this crisis, the recall of Aristides was not the least, for before the war he had been ostracized by the party which Themistocles headed, and was in banishment. But now, perceiving that the people regretted his absence, and were fearful that he might go over to the Persians to revenge himself, and thereby ruin the affairs of Greece, Themistocles proposed a decree that those who were banished for a time might return again, to give assistance by word and deed to the cause of Greece, with the rest of their fellow city. Eurybiades, by reason of the greatness of Sparta, was admiral of the Greek fleet, but yet was faint-hearted in time of danger, and willing to weigh anchor and set sail for the Isthmus of Corinth, near which the land army lay encamped, which Themistocles resisted. And this was the occasion of the well-known words, when Eurybiades, to check his impatience, told him that at the Olympic Games they that start up before the rest are lashed, and they, replied Themistocles, that are left behind are not crowned. Again Eurybiades, lifting up his staff as if he were going to strike, Themistocles said, "Strike if you will, but here." Eurybiades, wondering much at his moderation, desired him to speak, and Themistocles now brought him to a better understanding. And when one who stood by him told him that it did not become those who had neither city nor house to lose, to persuade others to relinquish their habitations and forsake their countries, Themistocles gave this reply: "We have indeed left our houses and our walls, base fellow, not thinking it fit to become slaves for the sake of things that have no life nor soul. and yet our city is the greatest of all Greece, consisting of 200 galleys, which are here to defend you if you please. But if you run away and betray us, as you did once before, the Greeks shall soon hear news of the Athenians possessing as fair a country and as large and free a city as that they have lost. These expressions of Themistocles made Eurybiades suspect that if he retreated, the Athenians would fall off from him. When one of Eritrea began to oppose him, he said, "Have you anything to say of war that are likening? You have a sword, but no heart." Some say that while Themistocles was thus speaking things upon the deck, an owl was seen flying to the right hand of the fleet, which came and sat upon the top of the mast, and this happy omen so far disposed the Greeks to follow his advice that they presently prepared to fight. Yet, when the enemy's fleet was arrived at the haven of Phalerum, upon the coast of Attica, and with the number of their ships concealed all the shore, and when they saw the king himself in person come down with his land army to the seaside, with all his forces united, then the good counsel of Themistocles was soon forgotten, and the Peloponnesians cast their eyes again towards the east, and took it very ill if anyone spoke against their returning home. And, resolving to depart that night, the pilots had ordered what course to steer. The Teuthys, loligo, or cuttlefish, is said to have a bone or cartilage shaped like a sword, and was conceived to have no heart. Themistocles, in great distress, that the Greeks should retire and lose the advantage of the narrow seas and straight passage, and slip home every one to his own city, considered with himself, and contrived that stratagem that was carried out by This Sisinus was a Persian captive, but a great lover of Themistocles, and the attendant of his children. Upon this occasion, he sent him privately to Xerxes, commanding him to tell the king that the admiral of the Athenians, having espoused his interest, wished to be the first to inform him that the Greeks were ready to make their escape, and that he counseled him to hinder their flight, to set upon them while they were in this confusion and at a distance from their land army, and hereby destroy all their forces by sea. Xerxes was very joyful at this message, and received it as from one who wished him all that was good, and immediately issued instructions to the commanders of his ships that they should instantly get out with 200 galleys to encompass all the islands, and enclose all the straits and passages, that none of the Greeks might escape, and that they should afterwards follow with the rest of their fleet at leisure. This being done, Aristides, the son of Lysias, was the first man that perceived it, and went to the tent of Themistocles, not out of any friendship, for he had been formerly banished by his means, as has been related, but to inform him how they were encompassed by their enemies. Themistocles, knowing the generosity of Aristides, and much struck by his visit at that time, imparted to him all that he had transacted by Caesenus, and entreated him that, as he would be more readily believed among the Greeks, he would make use of his credit to help to induce them to stay and fight their enemies in the narrow seas. Aristides applauded Themistocles, and went to the other commanders and captains of the galleys, and encouraged them to engage. Yet they did not perfectly assent to him, till a galley of Tenos, which deserted from the Persians, of which Penedius was commander, came in, while they were still doubting, and confirmed the news that all the straits and passages were beset, and then their rage and fury, as well as their necessity, provoked them all to fight. As soon as it was day, Xerxes placed himself high up to view his fleet, and how it was set in order, Phanidemus says. He sat upon a promontory above the Temple of Hercules, where the coast of Attica is separated from the island by a narrow channel. But Ististorus writes that it was in the confines of Megara, upon those hills which are called the Horns, where he sat in a chair of gold, with many secretaries about him to write down all that was done in the fight. When Themistocles was about to sacrifice, close to the admiral's galley, there were 3 prisoners brought to him, fine-looking men, and richly dressed in ornamented clothing and gold, said to be the children of Artex and Sandos, sister to Xerxes. As soon as the prophets Euphrantids saw them, and observed that at the same time the fire blazed out from the offerings with a more than ordinary flame, and that a man sneezed on the right, which was an intimation of a fortunate event, he took Themistocles by the hand, and bade him consecrate the 3 young men for sacrifice, and offer them up with prayers for victory to Bacchus the devourer. So should the Greeks not only save themselves, but also obtain victory. Themistocles was much disturbed at this strange and terrible prophecy, but the common people, who, in any difficult crisis and great exigency, ever look for relief, rather too strange and extravagant than too reasonable means, calling upon Bacchus with one voice, led the captives to the altar, and compelled the execution of the sacrifice as the prophet had commanded. This is reported by Phanius the Lesbian, a philosopher well read in history, the number of the enemy's ship. The poet Aeschylus in his tragedy called The Persians, as on his certain knowledge, in the following words: Xerxes, I know that into battle lead 1,000 ships of more than usual speed, 7 and 200. So is it agreed. The Athenians had 180. In every ship 18 men fought upon the deck, 4 of whom were archers and the rest men at arms. As Themistocles had fixed upon the most advantageous place, so, with no less sagacity, he chose the best time of fighting. for he would not run the prows of his galleys against the Persians, nor begin the fight till the time of day was come, when there regularly blows in a fresh breeze from the open sea, and brings in with it a strong swell into the channel, which was no inconvenience to the Greek ship, which were low built, and little above the water, but did much hurt to the Persians, which had high sterns and lofty decks, and were heavy and cumbrous in their movements, as it presented them broadside to the quick charges of the Greeks, who kept their eyes upon the motions of Themistocles as their best example, and more particularly because, opposed to his ship, Arya means Admiral to Xerxes, a brave man, and by far the best and worthiest of the king's brothers, was seen throwing darts and shooting arrows from his huge galley as from the walls of a castle. Omenius the Dicilian and Selzikos the Pedian, who sailed in the same vessel, upon the ships meeting stem to stem, and transfixing each the other with their brazen prows, so that they were fastened together, when Ariamenes attempted to board theirs, ran at him with their pikes, and thrust him into the sea. His body, as it floated amongst other shipwrecks, was known to Artemisia, and carried to Xerxes. It is reported that, in the middle of the fight, a great flame rose into the air above the city of Eleusis, and that sounds and voices were heard through all the Thriasian plain, as far as the sea, sounding like a number of men accompanying and escorting the mystic Aeon, and that a mist seemed to form and rise from the place from whence the sounds came, and, passing forward, fell upon the galleys. Others believed that they saw apparitions in the shape of armed men, reaching out their hands from the island of Aegina before the Grecian galleys, and supposed they were the Aeacidae, whom they had invoked to their aid before the battle. The first man that took our ship was Lycomedes, the Athenian, captain of a galley, who cut down its ensign and dedicated it to Apollo the laurel-crowned. And as the Persians fought in a narrow arm of the sea, and could bring but part of their fleet to fight, and fell foul of one another, the Greeks thus equaled them in strength, and fought with them till the evening, forced them back, and obtained that noble and famous victory, than which neither amongst the Greeks nor barbarians was ever known more glorious exploit on the seas, by the joint valor, indeed, and zeal of all who fought, but by the wisdom and sagacity of Themistocles. After this Xerxes, enraged at his ill fortune, attempted, by casting great heaps of earth and stones into the sea, to stop up the channel and to make a dam, upon which he might lead his land forces over into the island of Salamis. Themistocles, being desirous to try the opinion of Aristides, told him that he proposed to set sail for the Hellespont, to break the bridge of ships, so as to shut up, he said, Asia, a prisoner within Europe. But Aristides, disliking the design, said, We have hitherto fought with an enemy who has regarded little else but his pleasure and luxury. But if we shut him up within Greece, and drive him to necessity, he that is master of such great forces will no longer sit quietly with an umbrella of gold over his head, looking upon the fight for his pleasure, but in such a strait will attempt all things. He will be resolute, and appear himself in person upon all occasions. He will soon correct his errors and supply what he has formerly omitted through remissness, and will be better advised in all things. Therefore it is no ways our interest, Themistocles, he said, to take away the bridge that is already made, but rather to build another, if it were possible, that he might make his retreat with the more expedition. To which Themistocles answered, If this be requisite, we must immediately use all diligence, art, and industry, to rid ourselves of him as soon as may be. And to this purpose he found out among the captives one of the king of Persia's eunuchs, named Arnesses, whom he sent to the king, to inform him that the Greeks, being now victorious by sea, had decreed to sail to the Hellespont, where the boats were fastened together, and destroy the bridge. But that Themistocles, being concerned for the king, revealed this to him, that he might hasten towards the Asiatic seas, and pass over into his own dominions, and in the meantime would cause delays, and hinder the confederates from pursuing him. Xerxes no sooner heard this, but, being very much terrified, he proceeded to retreat out of Greece with all speed. The prudence of Themistocles and Aristides in this was afterwards more fully understood at the battle of Plataea, where Mardonius, with a very small fraction of the forces of Xerxes, put the Greeks in danger of losing all. Herodotus writes that of all the cities of Greece, Aegina was held to have performed the best service in the war, while all single men yielded to Themistocles, though out of envy, unwillingly. And when they returned to the entrance of Peloponnesus, where the several commanders delivered their suffrages at the altar, to determine who was most worthy, everyone gave the first vote for himself, and the second for Themistocles. The Lacedaemonians carried him with them to Sparta, where, giving the rewards of valor to Eurybaeus, and of wisdom and conduct to Themistocles, they crowned him with olive, presented him with the best chariot in the city, and sent 300 young men to accompany him to the confines of their country. And at the next Olympic Games, when Themistocles entered the course, the spectators took no farther notice of those who were contesting the prizes, but spent the whole day in looking upon him, showing him to the strangers, admiring him, and applauding him by clapping their hands, and other expressions of joy, so that he himself, much gratified, confessed to his friends that he then reaped the fruit of all his labors for the Greeks. He was, indeed, by nature, a great lover of honor, as is evident from the anecdotes recorded of him when chosen admiral by the Athenians. He would not quite conclude any single matter of business, either public or private, but differed all till the day they were to set sail, that by dispatching a great quantity of business all at once, and having to meet a great variety of people, he might make an appearance of greatness and power. Viewing the dead bodies cast up by the sea, he perceived bracelets and necklaces of gold about them, yet passed on, only showing them to a friend that followed him, saying, "Take you these things, for you are not the myth," he said to Antiphits, a handsome young man, who had formerly avoided, but now in his glory courted him. "Thy young man has taught us both a lesson." He said that the Athenians did not honor him or admire him, but made, as it were, a sort of plane tree of him, sheltered themselves under him in bad weather, and, as soon as it was fine, plucked his leaves and cut his branches. When the Serphian told him that he had not obtained this honor by himself, but by the greatness of his city, he replied, "You speak true. I should never have been famous if I had been of Sid, nor you, had you been of Athens." When another of the generals, who thought he had performed considerable service for the Athenians, boastingly compared his actions with those of Themistocles, he told him that once upon a time the day after the festival found fault with the festival. "On you there is nothing but hurry and trouble and preparation. But when I come, everybody sits down quietly and enjoys himself," which the festival admitted was true. "But if I had not come first, you would not have come at all." "Even so," he said, "if Themistocles had not come before, where had you been now?" Laughing at his own son, who got his mother, and by his mother's means, his father also, to indulge him. He told him that he had the most power of anyone in Greece, for the Athenians command the rest of Greece. "I command the Athenians. Your mother commands me, and you command your mother, loving to be singular in all things." When he had land to sell, he ordered the crier to give notice that there were good neighbors near it. Of two who made love to his daughter, he preferred the man of worth to the one who was rich, saying he desired a man without riches rather than riches without a man. Such was the character of his sayings. After these things, he began to rebuild and fortify the city of Athens, bribing, as Theopompus reports, the Lacedaemonian ephors not to be against it, but, as most relate it, overreaching and deceiving them, for, under pretext of an embassy, he went to Sparta, where, upon the Lacedaemonians charging him with rebuilding the walls, and Polyarchus coming on purpose from Aegina to denounce it, he denied the fact, bidding them to send people to Athens to see whether it were so or no, by which delay he got time for the building of the wall, and also placed these ambassadors in the hands of his countrymen as hostages for him. And so, when the Lacedaemonians knew the truth, they did him no hurt, but, suppressing all display of their anger for the present, sent him away. Next, he proceeded to establish the harbor of Pyrrhus, observing the great natural advantages of the locality and desirous to unite the whole city with the sea, and to reverse, in a manner, the policy of ancient Athenian kings, who, endeavoring to withdraw their subjects from the sea, and to accustom them to live, not by sailing about, but by planting and tilling the earth, spread the story of the dispute between Minerva and Neptune for the sovereignty of Athens, in which Minerva, by producing to the judges an olive tree, was declared to have won, whereas Themistocles did not only knead up, as Aristophanes says, the port and the city into one, but made the city absolutely the dependent and the adjunct of the port and the land of the sea, which increased the power and confidence of the people against the nobility, the authority coming into the hands of sailors and boatswains and pilots. Thus, it was one of the orders of the 30 tyrants that the hustings in the assembly, which had faced towards the sea, should be turned round towards the land, implying their opinion that the empire by sea had been the origin of the democracy, and that the farming population were not so much opposed to oligarchy. Themistocles, however, formed yet higher designs with a view to naval supremacy. For, after the departure of Xerxes, when the Grecian fleet was arrived at Pagasae, where they wintered, Themistocles, in a public oration to the people of Athens, told them that he had a design to perform something that would tend greatly to their interests and safety, but was of such a nature that it could not be made generally public. The Athenians ordered him to impart it to Aristides only, and, if he approved of it, to put it in practice. And when Themistocles had discovered to him that his design was to burn the Grecian fleet in the haven of Pagasae, Aristides, coming out to the people, gave this report of the stratagem contrived by Themistocles, that no proposal could be more politic or more dishonorable, on which the Athenians commanded Themistocles to think no farther of it. When the Lacedaemonians proposed, at the general council of the Amphictyonians, that the representatives of those cities which were not in the league, nor had fought against the Persians, should be excluded, Themistocles, fearing that the with those of Thebes, Argos, and others being thrown out of the council, the Lacedaemonians would become wholly masters of the votes and do what they pleased, supported the deputies of the city, and prevailed with the members then sitting to alter their opinion in this point, showing them that there were but 31 cities which had partaken in the war, and that most of these also were very small. How intolerable would it be if the rest of Greece should be excluded, and the general council should come to be ruled by 2 or 3 great cities. By this, chiefly, he incurred the displeasure of the Lacedaemonians, whose honors and favors were now shown to Cimon, with a view to making him the opponent of the state policy of Themistocles. He was also burdensome to the Confederates, sailing about the islands and collecting money from them. Herodotus says that, requiring money of those of the island of Andros, he told them that he had brought with him to goddesses persuasion and force, and they answered him that they had also 2 great goddesses, which prohibited them from giving him any money. Poverty and impossibility. Timocreon, the Rhodian poet, reprehends him somewhat bitterly for being wrought upon by money to let some who were banished return, while abandoning himself, who was his guest and friend. The verses are these. Pausanias you may praise, and Xanthipos he before, for Lutexidas, a third. Aristides, I proclaim, from the sacred Athens came, the one true man of all. For Themistocles, Latona doth abhor the liar, traitor, cheater, to gain his filthy pay. Timocreon, his friend, neglected to restore to his native Rhodian shore. 3 silver talents took, and departed curses with him on his way, restoring people here, expelling there, and killing here, filling evermore his purse, and at the isthmus gave a treat, to be laughed at, of cold meat, which they ate, and prayed the gods someone else might give the feast another year. But after the sentence and banishment of Timocreon reviles him yet more immoderately and wildly in a poem which begins thus: Unto all the Greeks repair a muse, and tell these verses there, as is fitting and is fair. The story is that it was put to the question whether Timocreon should be banished for siding with the Persians, and Themistocles gave his vote against him. So when Themistocles was accused of intriguing with the Medes, Timocreon made these lines upon him. So now indeed is not the sole friend of the Mede. There are some knaves besides, nor is it only mine that fails, but other foxes have lost tails. When the citizens of Athens began to listen willingly to those who traduced and reproached him, he was forced, with somewhat obnoxious frequency, to put them in mind of the great services he had performed, and asked those who were offended with him whether they were weary with receiving benefits often from the same person, so rendering himself more odious, And he yet more provoked the people by building a temple to Diana with the epithet of Aristobule, or Diana of best counsel, intimating thereby that he had given the best counsel not only to the Athenians, but to all Greece. He built this temple near his own house in the district called when now the public offices carry out the bodies of such as are executed, and throw the halters and clothes of those that are strangled, or otherwise put to death. There is to this day a small figure of Themistocles in the temple of Diana of best counsel, which represents him to be a person not only of a noble mind, but also of a most heroic aspect. At length the Athenians banished him, making use of the ostracism to humble his eminence and authority, as they ordinarily did with all whom they thought too powerful, or, by their greatness, disproportionable to the equality thought requisite in a popular government. For the ostracism was instituted not so much to punish the offender as to mitigate and pacify the violence of the envious, who delighted to humble eminent men, and who, by fixing this disgrace upon them, might vent some part of their rancor. Themistocles being banished from Athens, while he stayed at Argos, the detection of Pausanias happened, which gave such advantage to his enemies, that Leobotes of Agro, son of Algamian, indicted him of treason, the Spartans supporting him in the accusation. When Pausanias went about this treasonable design, he concealed it at first from Themistocles, though he were his intimate friend. But when he saw him expelled out of the commonwealth, and how impatiently he took his banishment, he ventured to communicate it to him, and desired his assistance, showing him the king of Persia's letters, and exasperating him against the Greeks as a villainous, ungrateful people. However, Themistocles immediately rejected the proposals of and wholly refused to be a party in the enterprise, though he never revealed his communications, nor disclosed the conspiracy to any man, either hoping that Pausanias would desist from his intentions, or expecting that so inconsiderate an attempt after such chimerical objects would be discovered by other means. After that Pausanias was put to death, letters and writings being found concerning this matter, which rendered Themistocles suspected, the Lacedaemonians were clamorous against him, and his enemies among the Athenians accused him, when, being absent from Athens, he made his defense by letters, especially against the points that had been previously alleged against him, in answer to the malicious detractions of his enemies. He merely wrote to the citizens, urging that he who was always ambitious to govern, and not of a character or a disposition to serve, would never sell himself and his country into slavery to a barbarous and hostile nation. Notwithstanding this, the people, being persuaded by his accusers, sent officers to take him and bring him away to be tried before a council of the Greeks. But, having timely notice of it, he passed over into the island of Corcyra, where the state was under obligations to him, for being chosen as arbitrator in a difference between them and the Corinthians. He decided the controversy by ordering the Corinthians to pay down 20 talents, and declaring the town and island of Lucas a joint colony from both cities. From thence he fled into Epirus, and the Athenians and Lacedaemonians still pursuing him. He threw himself upon chances of safety that seemed all but desperate, for he fled for refuge to Admetus, king of the Molossians, who had formerly made some request to the Athenians when Themistocles was in the height of his authority, and had been disdainfully used and insulted by him, and had let it appear plain enough that could he lay hold of him, he would take his revenge. Yet in this misfortune, fearing the recent hatred of his neighbors and fellow citizens more than the old displeasure of the king, put himself at his mercy, and became a humble suppliant to Admetus, after a peculiar manner, different from the custom of other countries, for taking the king's son, who was then a child in his arms. He laid himself down at his hearth, this being the most sacred and only manner of supplication among the Molossians, which was not to be refused. And some say that his wife, Thetia, intimated to Themistocles this way of petitioning, and placed her young son with him before the hearth. Others, that King Admetus, that he might be under a religious obligation not to deliver him up to his pursuers, prepared and enacted with him a sort of stage play to this effect. At this time, Epicrates of Acharni privately conveyed his wife and children out of Athens, and sent them hither, for which afterwards Simon condemned him and put him to death, as Decembrotus reports, and yet somehow, either forgetting this himself, or making Themistocles to be little mindful of it, says presently that he sailed into Sicily, and desired in marriage the daughter of Hiero, tyrant of Syracuse, promising to bring the Greeks under his power, and, on Hiero refusing him, departed thence into Asia. But this is not probable, for Theophrastus writes, in his work on monarchy, that when Hiero sent racehorses to the Olympian Games, and erected a pavilion sumptuously furnished, Themistocles made an oration to the Greeks, inciting them to pull down the tyrant's tent and not to suffer his horses to run. Thucydides says that passing overland to the Aegean Sea, he took ship at Pydna in the Bay of Therme, not being known to anyone in the ship, till, being terrified to see the vessel driven by the winds near to Naxos, which was then besieged by the Athenians, he made himself known to the master and pilot, and partly entreating them, partly threatening that if they went on shore he would accuse them, and make the Athenians to believe that they did not take him in out of ignorance, but that he had corrupted them with money from the beginning. He compelled them to bear off and stand out to sea, and sail forward towards the coast of Asia. A great part of his estate was privately conveyed away by his friends, and sent after him by sea into Asia. besides which there was discovered and confiscated to the value of 80 talents, as Theophrastus writes. Theopompas says, 100, though Themistocles was never worth 3 talents before he was concerned in public affairs. When he arrived at Syme, and understood that all along the coast there were many laid wait for him, and particularly Ergateles and Pythagoras, for the game was worth the hunting for such as were thankful to make money by any means, the king of Persia, having offered by public proclamation 200 talents to him that should take him, he fled to Asia, a small city of the old, where no one knew him but only his host Nicogenes, who was the richest man in Aeolia, and well known to the great men of Inner Asia. While Themistocles lay hid for some days in his house, one night, after a sacrifice and supper ensuing, Olbius, the attendant upon Nicogenes' children, fell into a sort of frenzy and fit of inspiration, and cried out, in verse, Night shall speak, and night instruct thee. By the voice of night, conduct thee. After this, Themistocles, going to bed, dreamed that he saw a snake coil itself up upon his belly, and so creep to his neck. Then, as soon as it touched his face, it turned into an eagle, which spread its wings over him, and took him up, and flew away with him a great distance. Then there appeared a herald as Segorda than Wando, and upon this at last it set him down securely, after infinite terror and disturbance. His departure was effected by Nicogenes by the following artifice: the barbarous nations, and amongst them the Persians especially, are extremely jealous, severe, and suspicious about their women, not only their wives, but also their bought slaves and concubines, whom they keep so strictly that no one ever sees them abroad. They spend their lives shut up within doors, and, when they take a journey, are carried in close tents, curtained in on all sides, and set upon a wagon, such a traveling carriage, being prepared forth, they hid him in it, and carried him on his journeys, and told those whom they met or spoke with upon the road that they were conveying a young Greek woman out of Ionia to a nobleman at court. Thucydides and Charon of Lampsakis say that Xerxes was dead, and that Themistocles had an interview with his son. But Ephorus, Dinon, Clitarchus, Heraclides, and many others write that he came to Xerxes. The chronological tables better agree with the account of Thucydides, and yet neither can their statements be said to be quite set at rest. When Themistocles was come to the critical point, he applied himself first to Artabanus, commander of 1,000 men, telling him that he was a Greek, and desired to speak with the king about important affairs concerning which the king was extremely solicitous. Artabanus answered him, O stranger, the laws of men are different, and one thing is honorable to one man, and to others another, but it is honorable for all to honor and observe their own laws. It is the habit of the Greeks, we are told, to honor, above all things, liberty and equality. But amongst our many excellent laws, we account this the most excellent, to honor the king, and to worship him as the image of the great preserver of the universe. If, then, you shall consent to our laws, and fall down before the king and worship him, you may both see him and speak to him. But if your mind be otherwise, you must make use of others to intercede for you. For it is not the national custom here for the king to give audience to any one that doth not fall down before him. Themistocles, hearing this, replied Artabanus, I that come hither to increase the power and glory of the king, will not only submit myself to his laws, since so it hath pleased the God who exalteth the Persian Empire to this greatness, but will also cause many more to be worshippers and adorers of the king. Let not this, therefore, be an impediment why I should not communicate to the king what I have to impart. Artabanus asking him, Who must we tell him that you are? For your words signify you to be no ordinary person. Themistocles answered, No man, O Artabanus, must be informed of this before the king himself. Thus, Fannius relates, to which Eratosthenes, in his treatise on riches, adds that it was by the means of a woman of heredity who was kept by Artabanus that he obtained this audience and interview with him. When he was introduced to the king and had paid his reverence to him, he stood silent till the king commanding the interpreter to ask him who he was, he replied, O king, I am Themistocles the driven into banishment by the Greeks. The evils that I have done to the Persians are numerous, but my benefits to them yet greater, in withholding the Greeks from pursuit, so soon as the deliverance of my own country allowed me to show kindness also to you. I come with a mind suited to my present calamities, prepared alike for favors and for anger, to welcome your gracious reconciliation and to deprecate your wrath. Take my own countrymen for witnesses of the services I have done for Persia, and make use of this occasion to show the world your virtue, rather than to satisfy your indignation. If you save me, you will save your suppliant. If otherwise, will destroy an enemy of the Greeks. He talked also of divine admonitions, such as the vision which he saw at Nicogenes' house, and the direction given him by the oracle of Deda, where Jupiter commanded him to go to him that had a name like his, by which he understood that he was sent from Jupiter to him, seeing that they both were great, and had the name of kings. The king heard him attentively, and, though he admired his temper and courage, gave him no answer at that time. But when he was with his intimate friends, rejoiced in his great good fortune. and esteemed himself very happy in this, and prayed to his God, adding that all his enemies might be ever of the same mind with the Greeks, to abuse and expel the bravest men amongst them. Then he sacrificed to the gods, and presently fell to drinking, and was so well pleased that in the night, in the middle of his sleep, he cried out for joy 3 times. I have Themistocles, the Athenian, in the morning. Calling together the chief of his court, he had Themistocles brought before him, who expected no good of it, when he saw, for example, the guards fiercely set against him as soon as they learnt his name, and giving him ill language, as he came forward towards the king, who was seated, the rest keeping silence, passing by Roxanne's, a commander of 1,000 men. He heard him, with a slight groan, say, without stirring out of his place, "You subtle Greek serpent, the king's good genius hath brought thee hither." Yet, when he came into the presence, and again fell down, the king saluted him, and spoke to him kindly, telling him he was now indebted to him 200 talents, for it was just and reasonable that he should receive the reward which was proposed to whosoever should bring Themistocles, and promising much more, and encouraging him, he commanded him to speak freely what he would concerning the affairs of Greece. Themistocles replied, that a man's discourse was like to a rich Persian carpet, the beautiful figures and patterns of which can only be shown by spreading and extending it out. When it is contracted and folded up, they are obscured and lost, and therefore he desired time. The king being pleased with the comparison, and bidding him take what time he would, he desired a year, in which time, having learnt the Persian language sufficiently, he spoke with the king by himself without the help of an interpreter, it being supposed that he discoursed only about the affairs of Greece, but there happening at the same time great alterations at court, and removals of the king's favorites, he drew upon himself the envy of the great people, who imagined that he had taken the boldness to speak concerning them. For the favors shown to other strangers were nothing in comparison with the honors conferred on him. The king invited him to partake of his own pastimes and recreations both at home and abroad, carrying him with him a-hunting, and made him his intimate so far that he permitted him to see the queen mother, and converse frequently with her. By the king's command, he also was made acquainted with the Magian learning, when Demoritus, the Lacedaemonian, being ordered by the king to ask whatsoever he pleased, and it should immediately be granted him, desired that he might make his public entrance, and be carried in state through the city of Sardis, with the tiara set in the royal manner upon his head. Mithridates' cousin to the king touched him on the head, and told him that he had no brains for the royal tiara to cover, and if Jupiter should give him his lightning and thunder, he would not any the more be Jupiter for that. The king also repulsed him with anger, resolving never to be reconciled to him, but to be inexorable to all supplications on his behalf. Yet Themistocles pacified him, and prevailed with him to forgive him. And it is reported that the succeeding kings, in whose reigns there was a greater communication between the Greeks and Persians, when they invited any considerable Greek into their service, to encourage him, would write and promise him that he should be as great with them as Themistocles had been. They relate also how Themistocles, when he was in great prosperity and courted by many, seeing himself splendidly served at his table, turned to his children and said, "Children, we had been undone if we had not been undone." Most writers say that he had 3 cities given him, Magnesia, Myus, and Lampsakis, to maintain him in bread, meat, and wine. Neanthes of Cyzicus and Phanias, add 2 more, the city of Paleschisis, to provide him with clothes, and per coat, with bedding and furniture for his house. As he was going down towards the seacoast to take measures against Greece, a Persian whose name was a governor of the Upper Phrygia laid wait to kill him. Heaven, for that purpose, provided a long time before a number of pistols who were to set upon him when he should stop to rest at a city that is called Lion's Head. But Themistocles, sleeping in the middle of the day, saw the mother of the gods appear to him in a dream and say unto him, "Themistocles, keep back from the lion's head, for fear you fall into the lion's jaws. For this advice I expect that your daughter Mesiptalema should be my servant." Themistocles was much astonished, and when he had made his vows to the goddess, left the broad road, and, making a circuit, went another way, changing his intended station to avoid that place, and at night took up his rest in the fields. But one of the sumpter horses, which carried the furniture for his tent, having fallen that day into the river, his servants spread out the tapestry, which was wet, and hung it up to dry. In the meantime, the Pisidians made towards them with their swords drawn, and, not discerning exactly by the moon what it was that was stretched out, thought it to be the tent of Sidon, and that they should find him resting himself within it. But when they came near and lifted up the hangings, those who watched there fell upon them and took them. Themistocles, having escaped this great danger, in admiration of the goodness of the goddess that appeared to him, built, in memory of it, a temple in the city of Magnesia, which he dedicated to Dindymene, mother of the gods, in which he consecrated and devoted his daughter Mesiptalema to her service. When he came to Sardis, he visited the temples of the gods, and observing, at his leisure, their buildings, ornaments, and the number of their offerings, he saw in the temple of the Mother of the Gods the statue of a virgin in brass, 2 cubits high, called the Water-bringer. Themistocles had caused this to be made and set up when he was surveyor of waters at Athens, out of the fines of those whom he detected in drawing off and diverting the public water by pipes for their private use. and whether he had some regret to see this image in captivity, or was desirous to let the Athenians see in what great credit and authority he was with the king. He entered into a treaty with the governor of Lydia to persuade him to send this statue back to Athens, which so enraged the Persian officer that he told him he would write the king word of it. Themistocles, being affrighted hereat, got access to his wives and concubines by presents of money, to whom he appeased the fury of the governor, and afterwards behaved with more reserve and circumspection, fearing the envy of the Persians, and did not, as Theopompus writes, continue to travel about Asia, but lived quietly in his own house in Magnesia, wherefore a long time he passed his days in great security, being courted by all, and enjoying rich presents, and honored equally with the greatest persons in the Persian Empire, the king, at that time, not minding his concerns with Greece, being taken up with the affairs of Inner Asia. But when Egypt revolted, being assisted by the Athenians, and the Greek galleys roved about as far as Cyprus and Cilicia, and Simon had made himself master of the seas, the king turned his thoughts thither, and, bending his mind chiefly to resist the Greeks, and to check the growth of their power against him, began to raise forces and send out commando and to dispatch messengers to Themistocles at Magnesia, to put him in mind of his promise, and to summon him to act against the Greeks. Yet this did not increase his hatred nor exasperate him against the Athenians. Neither was he any way elevated with the thoughts of the honor and powerful command he was to have in this war, but judging, perhaps, that the object would not be attained, the Greeks having at that time, beside other great commanders, Simon in particular, who was gaining wonderful military successes, but chiefly being ashamed to sully the glory of his former great actions, and of his many victories and trophies, he determined to put a conclusion to his life, agreeable to its previous course. He sacrificed to the gods, and invited his friends, and, having entertained them and shaken hands with them, drank bull's blood, as is the usual story, as others state, a poison producing instant death, and ended his days in the city of Magnesia, having lived 65 years, most of which he had spent in politics and in the wars, in government and command. The king, being informed of the cause and manner of his death, admired him more than ever, and continued to show kindness to his friends and relations. Themistocles left 3 sons by daughter 2, Lysander of Elopis, Archeptilus, Polyeuctus, and Clea, Phentis. Plato the philosopher mentions the last as a most excellent horseman, but otherwise insignificant person, of 2 sons, yet older than his Neocles and Diocles. Neoclus died when he was young by the bite of a horse, and Diocles was adopted by his grandfather, Lysander. He had many daughters, of whom Nisiptalima, whom he had by a second marriage, was wife to her brother by another mother. Natalia was married to Pantoites of the island of Cerberus. 2. Nicomedes, the Athenian. After the death of Themistocles, his nephew Phrasicles went to Magnesia and married, with her brother's consent, another daughter, Nico, and took charge of her sister Asia, the youngest of all the children. The Magnesians possess a splendid sepulchre of Themistocles placed in the middle of their marketplace. It is not worthwhile taking notice of what Endokides states in his address to his friends concerning his remains, how the Athenians robbed his tomb and threw his ashes into the air. For he feigns this to exasperate the oligarchical faction against the people, and there is no man living but knows that Philorcus simply invents in his history, where he all but uses an actual stage machine, and brings in Euclus and Demopolis as the sons of Themistocles, to incite or move compassion, as if he were writing a tragedy. Diodorus, the cosmographer, says in his work on tombs, but by conjecture rather than of certain knowledge, that near to the haven of Pyre, where the land runs out like an elbow from the promontory of Azip, when you have doubled the cape and passed inward where the sea is always calm, there is a large piece of masonry, and upon this the tomb of Themistocles, in the shape of an altar. And Plato, the comedian, confirms this. He believes in these verses, "Thy tomb is fairly placed upon the strand, where merchants still shall greet it with the land. Still in and out 'twill see them come and go, and watch the galleys as they race below. Various honors also and privileges were granted to the kindred of Themistocles at Magnesia, which were observed down to our times, and were enjoyed by another Themistocles of Athens, with whom I had an intimate acquaintance and friendship in the house of Ammonius, the philosopher, among the many remarkable things that are related of Furius. It seems singular and strange above all that he, who continually was in the highest commands and obtained the greatest successes, was 5 times chosen dictator, triumphed 4 times, and was styled a second founder of Rome, yet never was so much as once consul, the reason of which was the state and temper of the commonwealth at that time. For the people, being at dissension with the Senate, refused to return consuls, but in their stead elected other magistrates, called military tribunes, who acted, indeed, with full consular power, but were thought to exercise a less obnoxious amount of authority, because it was divided among a larger number. for to have the management of affairs entrusted in the hands of 6 persons rather than 2 was some satisfaction to the opponents of oligarchy. This was the condition of the times when Camillus was in the height of his actions and glory, and although the government in the meantime had often proceeded to consular elections, yet he could never persuade himself to be consul against the inclination of the people. In all his other administrations, which were many and various, he so behaved himself that, when alone in authority, he exercised his power as in common, but the honor of all actions redounded entirely to himself, even when in joint commission with others. The reason of the former was his moderation in command, of the latter his great judgment and wisdom, which gave him without controversy the first place. The house of the Fury was not, at that time, of any considerable distinction. He, by his own acts, first raised himself to honor, serving under Postumius Tubertus, dictator in the great battle against the Aequians and Volscians, for riding out from the rest of the army, and in the charge receiving a wound in his thigh. He for all that did not quit the fight, but, letting the dart drag in the wound, and engaging with the bravest of the enemy, put them to flight, for which action, among other rewards bestowed on him, he was created censor, an office in those days of great repute and authority. During his censorship, one very good act of his is recorded, that, whereas the wars had made many widows, he obliged such as had no wives, some by fair persuasion, others by threatening to set fines on their heads, to take them in marriage. Another necessary one, in causing orphans to be rated, who before were exempted from taxes, the frequent wars, requiring more than ordinary expenses to maintain them. What, however, pressed them most was the siege of Veii. This was the head city of Tuscany, not inferior to Rome, either in number of arms or multitude of soldiers, insomuch that, presuming on her wealth and luxury, and priding herself upon her refinement and sumptuousness, she engaged in many honorable contests with the Romans for glory and empire. But now they had abandoned their former ambitious hopes, having been weakened by great defeats, so that, having fortified themselves with high and strong walls, and furnished the city with all sorts of weapons, offensive and defensive, as likewise with corn and all manner of provisions. They cheerfully endured a siege, which, though tedious to them, was no less troublesome and distressing to the besieged. For the Romans, having never been accustomed to stay away from home, except in summer and for no great length of time, and constantly to winter at home, were then first compelled by the tribunes to build forts in the enemy's country, and, raising strong works about their camp, to join winter and summer together. And now, the 7th year of the war drawing to an end, the commanders began to be suspected as too slow and remiss in driving on the siege, insomuch that they were discharged, and others chosen for the war, among whom was Camillus, then 2nd-time tribune, but at present he had no hand in the siege, the duties that fell by lot to him being to make war upon the Faliscans and Capenae, who, taking advantage of the Romans being occupied on all hands, had carried ravages into their country and, through all the Tuscan war, given them much annoyance, but were now reduced by Camillus, and with great loss shut up within their walls. And now, in the very heat of the war, a strange phenomenon in the Albon Lake, which, in the absence of any known cause and explanation by natural reasons, seemed as great a prodigy as the most incredible that are reported, occasioned great alarm. It was the beginning of autumn, and the summer now ending had, to all observation, been neither rainy nor much troubled with southern winds, and of the many lakes, brooks, and springs of all sorts with which Italy abounds, some were wholly dried up, others drew very little water with them. All the rivers, as is usual in summer, ran in a very low and hollow channel. But the Albon Lake, that is fed by no other waters but its own, and is on all sides encircled with fruitful mountains, without any cause, unless it were divine, began visibly to rise and swell, increasing to the feet of the mountains, and by degrees reaching the level of the very tops of them, and all this without any waves or agitation. At first it was the wonder of shepherds and herdsmen, but when the earth which, like a great dam, held up the lake from falling into the lower grounds, through the quantity and weight of water was broken down, and in a violent stream it ran through the plowed fields and plantations to discharge itself in the sea. It not only struck terror into the Romans, but was thought by all the inhabitants of Itha to portend some extraordinary event. But the greatest talk of it was in the camp that besieged Phalae, so that in the town itself also the occurrence became known that, as in long sieges it commonly happens that parties on both sides meet often and converse with one another, so it chanced that a Roman had gained much confidence and familiarity with one of the besieged, a man versed in ancient prophecies, and of repute for more than ordinary skill in divination. The Roman, observing him to be overjoyed at the story of the lake, and to mock at the siege, told him that this was not the only prodigy that of late had happened to the Romans. Others more wonderful yet than this had befallen them, which he was willing to communicate to him, that he might the better provide for his private interests in these public The man greedily embraced the proposal, expecting to hear some wonderful secrets. But when, by little and little, he had led him on in conversation, and insensibly drawn him a good way from the gates of the city, he snatched him up by the middle, being stronger than he, and by the assistance of others that came running from the camp, seized and delivered him to the commanders. The man, reduced to this necessity, and sensible now that destiny was not to be avoided, discovered to them the secret oracles of Via, that it was not possible the city should be taken until the Oban lake, which now broke forth and had found out new passages, was drawn back from that course, and so diverted that it could not mingle with the sea. The Senate, having heard and satisfied themselves about the matter, decreed to send to Delphi to ask counsel of the god. The messengers were persons of the highest repute, Licinius Gausus, Valerius Petitus, and Fabius Ambus, who, having made their voyage by sea and consulted the god, returned with other answers, particularly that there had been a neglect of some of their national rites relating to the Latin feast. But the Alban water the oracle commended, if it were possible, they should keep from the sea, and shut it up in its ancient bounds. But if that was not to be done, then they should carry it off by ditches and trenches into the lower grounds, and so dry it up. Which message being delivered, the priests performed what related to the sacrifices, and the people went to work and turned the water. And now the Senate, in the 10th year of the war, taking away all other commands, created Camilla's dictator, who chose Cornelius Scipio for his general of horse, and in the first place he made vows unto the gods, that, if they would grant a happy conclusion of the war, he would celebrate to their honor the great games, and dedicate the temple to the goddess whom the Romans call Matuta, the mother, though from the ceremonies which are used, one would think she was Leucathia. For they take a servant maid into the secret part of the temple, and there cuff her and drive her out again, and they embrace their brothers' children in place of their own. And, in general, the ceremonies of the sacrifice remind one of the nursing of Bacchus Baino and the calamities occasioned by her husband's concubine. Camillus, having made these vows, marched into the country of the Phaliscans, and in a great battle overthrew them and the Capanetes, their confederates. Afterwards he turned to the siege of Veii, and finding that to take it by assault would prove a difficult and hazardous attempt, proceeded to cut mines underground the earth about the city being easy to break up, and allowing such depth for the works as would prevent their being discovered by the enemy. This design going on in a hopeful way, he openly gave assaults to the enemy to keep them to the walls, whilst they that worked underground in the mines were, without being perceived, arrived within the city, close to the temple of Juno, which was the greatest and most honored in all the city. It is said that the Prince of the Tuscans was at that very time at sacrifice, and that the priest, after he had looked into the entrails of the beast, cried out with a loud voice that the gods would give the victory to those that should complete those offerings, and that the Romans who were in the mines, hearing the words, immediately pulled down the floor, and, ascending with noise and clashing of weapons, frightened away the enemy, and, snatching up the entrails, carried them to Camillus. But this may look like a fable. The city, however, being taken by storm, and the soldiers busied in pillaging and gathering an infinite quantity of riches and spoil, Camillus, from the high tower, viewing what was done, at first wept for pity, and when they that were by congratulated his good success, he lifted up his hands to heaven, and broke out into this prayer: "O most mighty Jupiter, and the gods that are judges of good and evil actions, that know that not without just cause, but constrained by necessity, we have been forced to revenge ourselves on the city of our unrighteous and wicked enemies. But if, in the vicissitude of things, there be any calamity to counterbalance this great felicity, I beg that it may be diverted from the city and army of the Romans, and fall, with as little hurt as may be, upon my own head." Having said these words, and just turning about as the custom of the Romans is to turn to the right after adoration or prayer, he stumbled and fell, to the astonishment of all that were present, but, recovering himself presently from the fall, he told them that he had received what he had prayed for, a small miss, in compensation for the great. He resolved, according as he had vowed, to carry Juno's image to Rome. And, the workmen being ready for that purpose, he sacrificed to the goddess, and made his supplications that she would be pleased to accept of their devotion toward her, and graciously vouchsafe to accept of a place among the gods that presided at Rome, and the statue, they say, answered in a low voice that she was ready and willing to go. Livy writes that, in praying, Camillus touched the goddess and invited her, and that some of the standers-by cried out that she was willing and would come. They who stand up for the miracle and endeavor to maintain it have one great advocate on their side in the wonderful fortune of the city, which, from a small and contemptible beginning, could never have attained to that greatness and power without many signal manifestations of the divine presence and cooperation. Other wonders of the like nature, drops of sweat seen to stand on statues, groans heard from them. The figures seen to turn round and to close their eyes are recorded by many ancient historians, and we ourselves could relate divers wonderful things, which we have been told by men of our own time, that are not lightly to be rejected. But to give too easy credit to such things, or wholly to disbelieve 'em, is equally dangerous. So incapable is human infirmity of keeping any bounds, or exercising command over itself, running off sometimes to superstition and doting, at other times to the contempt and neglect of all that is supernatural. But moderation is best, and to avoid all extremes. Camillus, however, whether puffed up with the greatness of his achievement in conquering a city that was the rival of Rome, and had held out a 10-year siege, or exalted with the felicitations of those that were about him, assumed to himself more than became a civil and legal magistrate, among other things, in the pride and haughtiness of his triumph, driving through Rome in a chariot drawn with 4 white horses, which no general either before or since ever did. For the Romans consider such a mode of conveyance to be sacred, and specially set apart to the king and father of the gods. This alienated the hearts of his fellow citizens, who were not accustomed to such pomp and display. The second pique they had against him was his opposing the law, by which the city was to be divided. For the tribunes of the people brought forward a motion that the people and senate should be divided into 2 parts, one of which should remain at home, the other, as the lot should decide, remove to the new taken city, by which means they should not only have much more room, but by the advantage of 2 great and magnificent cities, be better able to maintain their territories and their fortunes in general. The people, therefore, who were numerous and indigent, greedily embraced it, and crowded continually to the forum with tumultuous demands to have it put to the vote. But the Senate and the noblest citizens, judging the proceedings of the tribunes to tend rather to a destruction than a division of Rome, greatly averse to it, went to Camillus for assistance, who, fearing the results if it came to a direct contest, contrived to occupy the people with other business, and so staved it off. He thus became unpopular. But the greatest and most apparent cause of their dislike against him arose from the tents of the spoil, the multitude having here, if not a just, yet a plausible case against him, for it seems, as he went to the siege of Veii, he had vowed to Apollo that if he took the city he would dedicate to him the 10th of the spoil. The city being taken and sacked, whether he was loath to trouble the soldiers at that time, or that through the multitude of business he had forgotten his vow, he suffered them to enjoy that part of the spoils also, sometime afterwards, when his authority was laid down. He brought the matter before the Senate, and the priests, at the same time, reported, out of the sacrifices, that there were intimations of divine anger, requiring propitiations and offerings. The Senate decreed the obligation to be in force. But seeing it was difficult for everyone to produce the very same things they had taken, to be divided anew, they ordained that everyone upon oath should bring into the public the 10th part of his gains. This occasioned many annoyances and hardships to the soldiers, who were poor men, and had endured much in the war, and now were forced, out of what they had gained and spent, to bring in so great a proportion. Camillus, being assaulted by their clamor and tumults, for want of a better excuse, betook himself to the poorest of defenses, confessing he had forgotten his vow. They in turn complained that he had vowed the 10th of the enemy's goods, and now levied it out of the 10ths of the citizens. Nevertheless, every one having brought in his due proportion, it was decreed that out of it a bowl of massy gold should be made, and sent to Delphi. And when there was great scarcity of gold in the city, and the magistrates were considering where to get it, the Roman ladies, meeting together and consulting among themselves, out of the golden ornaments they wore, contributed as much as went to the making the offering, which in weight came to 8 talents of gold. The Senate, to give them the honor they had deserved, ordained that funeral orations should be used at the obsequies of women as well as men, it having never before been accustomed that any woman after death should receive any public eulogy. Choosing out, therefore, 3 of the noblest citizens as a deputation, they sent them in a vessel of war, well manned and sumptuously adorned, storm and calm at sea. As they at this time experienced being brought almost to the very brink of destruction, and beyond all For near the Isles of Solus, the wind slacking, galleys of the Lipparians came upon them, taking them for pirates, and when they held up their hands as suppliants, forbore indeed from violence, but took their ship in tow, and carried her into the harbor, where they exposed to sale their goods in persons as lawful prize, they being pirates, and scarcely, at last, by the virtue and interest of one man, Timesithos by name, who was in office as general and used his utmost persuasion, they were with much ado dismissed. He, however, himself sent out some of his own vessels with them to accompany them in their voyage and assist them at the dedication, for which he received honors at Rome, as he had deserved. And now the tribunes of the people again resuming their motion for the division of the city, the war against the Phaliscans luckily broke out, giving liberty to the chief citizens to choose what magistrates they pleased, and to appoint Camillus military tribune with 5 colleagues, affairs then requiring a commander of authority and reputation, as well as experience. And when the people had ratified the election, he marched with his forces into the territories of the Phaliscans, and laid siege to Phalerii, a well-fortified city, and plentifully stored with all necessaries of war. And although he perceived it would be no small work to take it, and no little time would be required for it, yet he was willing to exercise the citizens and keep them abroad, that they might have no leisure, idling at home, to follow the tribunes in factions and seditions, a very common remedy, indeed, with the Romans, who thus carried off, like good physicians, the ill humors of their commonwealth. The Phalerians, trusting in the strength of their city, which was well fortified on all sides, made so little account of the siege that all, with the exception of those that guarded the walls, as in times of peace, walked about the streets in their common dress. The boys went to school, and were led by their master to play and exercise about the town walls. For the Phalerians, like the Greeks, used to have a single teacher for many pupils, wishing their children to live and be brought up from the beginning in each other's company. This schoolmaster, designing to betray the Phalerians by their children, led them out every day under the town wall, at first but a little way, and, when they had exercised, brought them home again. Afterwards, by degrees, he drew them farther and farther, till by practice he had made them bold and fearless, as if no danger was about them. And at last, having got them all together, he brought them to the outposts of the Romans, and delivered them up, demanding to be led to Camilla, where being calm and standing in the middle, he said that he was the master and teacher of these children, but preferring his favor before all other obligations, he was come to deliver up his charge to him, and in that the whole city. When Camillus had heard him out, he was astounded at the treachery of the act, and, turning to the standers-by, observed that war, indeed, is of necessity attended with much injustice and violence. Certain laws, however, all good men observe even in war itself. Nor is victory so great an object as to induce us to incur for its sake obligations for base and impious acts. A great general should rely on his own virtue, and not on other men's vices. Which, said he, commanded the officers to tear off the man's clothes and bind his hands behind him, and give the boys rods and scourges to punish the traitor and drive him back to the city. By this time the Phalarians had discovered the treachery of the schoolmaster, and the city, as was likely, was full of lamentations and cries for their calamity, men and women of worth running in distraction about the walls and gates. When, behold, the boys came whipping their master on, naked and bound, calling Camillus their preserver and God and father, insomuch that it struck not only into the parents, but the rest of the citizens that saw what was done such admiration and love of Camillus, just as that, immediately meeting in assembly, they sent ambassadors to him to resign whatever they had to his disposal. Camillus sent them to Rome, where, being brought into the Senate, they spoke to this purpose, that the Romans, preferring justice before victory, had taught them rather to embrace submission than liberty. They did not so much confess themselves to be inferior in strength, as they must acknowledge them to be superior in virtue. The Senate remitted the whole matter to Camillus to judge and order as he thought fit, who, taking a sum of money of the Phalarians, and making a peace with the whole nation of the Falisci, returned home. But the soldiers, who had expected to have the pillage of the city, when they came to Rome empty-handed, railed against Camillus among their fellow citizens as a hater of the people, and one that grudged all advantage to the poor. Afterwards, when the tribunes of the people again brought their motion for dividing the city to the vote, Camillus appeared openly against it, shrinking from no unpopularity, and inveighing boldly against the promoters of it, and so urging and constraining the multitude that, contrary to their inclinations, they rejected the proposal, but yet hated Camillus, insomuch that, though a great misfortune befell him in his family, one of his 2 sons dying of a disease, commiseration for this could not in the least make them abate of their malice, and, indeed, he took this loss with immoderate sorrow, being a man naturally of a mild and tender disposition. And when the accusation was preferred against him, kept his house, and mourned amongst the women of his family. His accuser was Lucius. The charge, appropriation of the Tuscan spoils. Certain brass gates, part of those spoils, were said to be in his possession, The people were exasperated against him, and it was plain they would take hold of any occasion to condemn him. Gathering, therefore, together his friends and fellows, and such as had borne command with him, a considerable number in all, he besought them that they would not suffer him to be unjustly overborne by shameful accusations, and left the mock and scorn of his enemy. His friends, having advised and consulted among themselves, made answer that as to the sentence, they did not see how they could help him, but that they would contribute to whatsoever fine should be set upon him. Not able to endure so great an indignity, he resolved in his anger to leave the city and go into exile. And so, having taken leave of his wife and his son, he went silently to the gate of the city, and, there stopping and turning round, stretched out his hands to the capital, and prayed to the gods that if, without any fault of his own, but he was driven out into banishment, the Romans might quickly repent of it, and that all mankind might witness their need for the assistance and desire for the return of Camillus. Thus, like Achilles, having left his imprecations on the citizens, he went into banishment, so that, neither appearing nor making defense, he was condemned in the sum of 15,000 asses, which, reduced to silver, makes 1,500 as was the money of the time, 10 of such copper pieces making the denarius, or piece of 10. And there is not a Roman but believes that immediately upon the prayers of Camillus, a sudden judgment followed, and that he received a revenge for the injustice done unto him, which though we cannot think was pleasant, but rather grievous and bitter to him, yet was very remarkable, and noised over the whole world. Such a punishment visited the city of Rome. An era of such loss and danger and disgrace so quickly succeeded, whether it thus fell out by fortune, or it be the office of some god not to see injured virtue go unavenged. The first token that seemed to threaten some mischief to ensue was the death of the censor Julius. For the Romans have a religious reverence for the office of a censor, and esteem it sacred. The second was that, just before Camillus went into exile, Marcus Caegisus, a person of no great distinction, nor of the rank of senator, but esteemed a good and respectable man, reported to the military tribunes, a thing worthy their consideration, that going along the night before in the street called the New Way, and being called by somebody in a loud voice, he turned about, but could see no one, but heard a voice greater than human, which said these words, "Go, Marcus City, and early in the morning tell the military tribunes that they are shortly to expect the Gauls." But the tribunes made a mock and sport with the story. And a little after came Camillus's banishment. The Gauls are of the Celtic race, and are reported to have been compelled by their numbers to leave their country, which was insufficient to sustain them all, and to have gone in search of other homes, and being many thousands of them, young men unable to bear arms, and carrying with them a still greater number of women and young children, some of them, passing the Ripon mountains, fell upon the northern ocean, and possessed themselves of the farthest parts of Europe. Others, seating themselves between the Pyrenean mountains and the Alps, lived there a considerable time, near to the Senones and Seltori. But afterwards, tasting wine, which was then first brought them out of Italy, they were all so much taken with the liquor, and transported with the hitherto unknown delight, snatching up their arms and taking their families along with them, they marched directly to the Alps to find out the country which yielded such fruit, pronouncing all others barren and useless. He that first brought wine among them, and was the chief instigator of their coming into Italy, is said to have been one Arns, a Tuscan, a man of noble extraction, and not of bad. But involved in the following misfortune. He was guardian to an orphan, one of the richest of the country, and much admired for his beauty, whose name was Luke. From his childhood he had been bred up with Arns in his family, and when now grown up, did not leave his house, professing to wish for the enjoyment of his society. And thus for a great while he secretly enjoyed Arns's wife, corrupting her, and himself corrupted by her. But when they were both so far gone in their passion that they could neither refrain their lust nor conceal it, the young man seized the woman and openly sought to carry her away. The husband, going to law, to law, and going to law, and finding 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 going to law, left his country, and, hearing of the state of the Gauls, went to them and was the conductor of their expedition into Italy. At their first coming they at once possessed themselves of all that country which anciently the Tuscans inhabited, reaching from the Alps to both the seas, as the names themselves testify. For the northern Adriatic Sea is named from the Tuscan city Adria, and that to the south the Tuscan Sea simply. The whole country is rich in fruit trees, has excellent pasture, and is well watered with rivers. It had 80 large and beautiful cities, well provided with all the means for industry and wealth, and all the enjoyments and pleasures of life. The Gauls cast out the Tuscans, and seated themselves in them. But this was long before. The Gauls at this time were besieging Clusium, a Tuscan city. The Clusians sent to the Romans for succor, desiring them to interpose with the barbarians by letters and ambassadors. There were sent 3 of the family of the Fabii, persons of high rank and distinction in the city. The Gauls received them courteously, from respect to the name of Rome, and, giving over the assault which was then making upon the walls, came to conference with them. When the ambassadors, asking what injury they had received of the Clusians that they thus invaded their city, Brennus, king of the Gauls, laughed and made answer, "The Clusians do us injury, in that, being able only to till a small parcel of ground, they must needs possess a great territory, and will not yield any part to us who are strangers, many in number and poor. In the same nature, O Romans, formerly the Albans, Fidenates, and now lately the Ventines and Capenates, and many of the Phalascans and Volscians, did ye injury, upon whom ye make war, if they do not yield you part of what they possess, make slaves of them, waste and spoil their country, and ruined their cities, neither in so doing are cruel or unjust, but follow that most ancient of all laws, which gives the possessions of the feeble to the strong, which begins with God, and ends in the beast. Since all these, by nature, seek the stronger to have advantage over the weaker, cease, therefore, to pity the Clusians, whom we besiege, lest they teach the Gauls to be kind and compassionate to those that are oppressed by you. By this answer the Roman, perceiving that Brennus was not to be treated with, went into Clusium, and encouraged and stirred up the inhabitants to make a sally with them upon the barbarians, which they did either to try their strength or to show their own. The sally being made, and the fight growing hot about the walls, one of the Fabii, Quintus being well mounted, and setting spurs to his horse, made full against a Gaul, a man of huge bulk and stature, whom he saw riding out at a distance from the rest. At the first he was not recognized, through the quickness of the conflict and the glittering of his armor, that precluded any view of him. But when he had overthrown the Gaul, and was going to gather the spoils, Brennus knew him, and, invoking the gods to be witnesses that, contrary to the known and common law of nations, which is holily observed by all mankind, he who had come as an ambassador had now engaged in hostility against him. He drew off his men, and, bidding Clusium farewell, led his army directly to Rome, but not wishing that it should look as if they took advantage of that injury, and were ready to embrace any occasion of quarrel. He sent a herald to demand the man in punishment, and in the meantime marched leisurely on. The Senate being met at Rome, among many others that spoke against the Fabii, the priests called Officials were the most decided, who, on the religious ground, urged the Senate that they should lay the whole guilt and penalty of the fact upon him that committed it, and so exonerate the rest. These Officials Numa, Pompilius, the mildest and justest of kings, constituted guardians of peace, and the judges and determiners of all causes by which war may justifiably be made. The Senate referring the whole matter to the people, and the priests there, as well as in the Senate, pleading against Fabius, the multitude, however, so little regarded their authority, that in scorn and contempt of it they chose Fabius and the rest of his brother's military tribunes. The Gauls, on hearing this, in great rage threw a sigh of re-delay, and hastened on with all the speed they could make. The places through which they marched, terrified with their numbers and the splendor of their preparations for war, and in alarm at their violence and fierceness, began to give up their territories as already lost. With little doubt but their cities would quickly follow. Contrary, however, to expectation, they did no injury as they passed, nor took anything from the fields, and, as they went by any city, cried out that they were going to Rome, that the Romans only were their enemies, and that they took all others for their friends. Whilst the barbarians were thus hastening with all speed, the military tribunes brought the Romans into the field to be ready to engage them. Being not inferior to the Gauls in number 4, they were no less than 40,000 foot, but most of them raw soldiers, and such as had never handled a weapon before. Besides, they had wholly neglected all religious use, had not obtained favorable sacrifices, nor made inquiries of the prophets, natural in danger and before battle. No less did the multitude of commanders distract and confound their proceedings, frequently before, upon less occasions. They had chosen a single leader with the title of dictator, being sensible of what great importance it is in critical times to have the soldiers united under one general with the entire and absolute control placed in his hands. Add to all the remembrance of Camillus's treatment, which made it now seem a dangerous thing for officers to command without humoring their soldiers, In this condition they left the city and encamped by the river Elia, about 10 miles from Rome, and not far from the place where it falls into the Tiber. And here the Gauls came upon them, and after a disgraceful resistance, devoid of order and discipline, they were miserably defeated. The left wing was immediately driven into the river, and there destroyed. The right had less damage by decline in the shock, and from the low grounds getting to the tops of the hills, from whence most of them afterwards dropped into the city. The rest, as many as escaped, the enemy being weary of the slaughter, stole by night to Vie, giving up Rome and all that was in it for lost. This battle was fought about the summer solstice, the moon being at full, the very same day in which the sad disaster of the Fabii had happened, when 300 of that name were at one time cut off by the Tuscans, but from this second loss, and the fee di Dega, the name of Valensis, from the river Alia, and still retains it. The question of unlucky days, whether we should consider any to be so, and whether Heraclitus did well in upbraiding Hesiod for distinguishing them into fortunate and unfortunate, as ignorant that the nature of every day is the same, I have examined in another place. But upon occasion of the present subject, I think it will not be amiss to annex a few examples relating to this matter. On the 5th of their month Hippodromius, which corresponds to the Athenian Hecatombia, the Boeotians gained signal victories, the one at Leuctra, the other at Cerasus, about 300 years before, when they overcame Laodamas and the Thussal, both which asserted the liberty of Greece. Again, on the 6th of Vodromian, the Persians were worsted by the Greeks at Marathon. On the 3rd, at Plataea, as also at Mycale. On the 25th, at Arbela. The Athenians, about the full moon in Bodromion, gained their sea victory at Naxos under the conduct of Chabrias. On the 20th at Salamis, as we have shown in our treatise on days, Thargeline was a very unfortunate month to the barbarians, for in it Alexander overcame Darius's generals on the Granicus, and the Carthaginians on the 24th were beaten by Timoleon in Sicily, on which same day and month Troy seems to have been taken, as Ephrus, Callisthenes, Domas, and Phylarchus state. On the other hand, the month Metagitnion, which in Boeotia is called Panamis, was not very lucky to the Greeks, for on its 7th day they were defeated by Antipater at the battle in Cranon, and utterly ruined, and before at Chaeronea were defeated by Philip, and on the very same day, same month, and same year, those that went with Archidamus into Italy were there cut off by the barbarians. The Carthaginians also observed the 21st of the same month, as bringing with it the largest number and the severest of their losses. I am not ignorant that about the Feast of Mysteries, Thebes was destroyed the second time by Alexander, And after that, upon the very 20th of Bodromi, on which day they lead forth the mystic Iacchus, the Athenians received a garrison of the Macedonians. On the selfsame day the Romans lost their army under Scipio by the Cimbrians, and in a subsequent year, under the conduct of Luke, overcame the Armenians and Tigris. King Autolus and Pompey died both on their birthdays. One could reckon up several that have had variety of fortune on the same day. This day, meantime, is one of the unfortunate ones to the Romans, and for its sake to others in every month. Fear and superstition, as the custom of it is, more and more prevailing. But I have discussed this more accurately in my Roman questions. And now, after the battle, had the Gauls immediately pursued those that fled, there had been no remedy but Rome must ha wholly been ruined, and all those who remained in it utterly destroyed. Such was the terror that those who escaped the battle brought with them into the city, and with such distraction and confusion were themselves in turn infected. But the Gauls, not imagining their victory to be so considerable, and overtaken with the present joy, fell to feasting and dividing the spoil, by which means they gave leisure to those who were for leaving the city to make their escape, and to those that remained to anticipate and prepare for their coming. For they who resolved to stay at Rome, abandoning the rest of the city, betook themselves to the capital, which they fortified with the help of missiles and new work. One of their principal cares was of their holy things, most of which they conveyed into the capital. But the consecrated fire the Vestal virgins took and fled with it, as likewise their other sacred things. Some write that they have nothing in their charge but the ever-living fire which Numa had ordained to be worshipped as the principle of all things. For fire is the most active thing in nature, and all production is either motion or attended with motion. All the other parts of matter, so long as they are without warmth, lie sluggish and dead, and require the accession of a sort of soul or vitality in the principle of heat, and upon that accession, in whatever way, immediately receive a capacity either of acting or being acted upon. And thus Numa, a man curious in such things, and whose wisdom made it thought that he conversed with the Muses, consecrated fire, and ordained it to be kept ever burning, as an image of that eternal power which orders and actuates all things. Others say that this fire was kept burning in front of the holy things, as in Greece, for purification, and that there were other things hid in the most secret part of the temple, which were kept from the view of all, except those virgins whom they call Vestals. The most common opinion was that the image of Pallas, brought into Italy by Aeneas, was laid up there. Others say that the Narration images lay there, telling a story how that Dardanus carried them to Troy, and when he had built the city, celebrated those rites, and dedicated those images there. But after Troy was taken, Aeneas stole them away and kept them till his coming into Italy. But they who profess to know more of the matter affirm that there are 2 barrels, not of any great size, one of which stands open and has nothing in it, the other full and sealed up, but that neither of them may be seen but by the most holy virgins. Others think that they who say this are misled by the fact that the virgins put most of their holy things into 2 barrels at this time of the Gaulish invasion, and hid them underground in the temple of Quirinus, and that from hence, that place to this day, bears the name of barrels. However it be, taking the most precious and important things they had, they fled away with them, shaping their course along the riverside, where Lucius Albinius, a simple citizen of Rome, who among others was making his escape, overtook them, having his wife, children, and goods in a cart, and, seeing the virgins dragging along in their arms the holy things of the gods, in a helpless and weary condition, he caused his wife and children to get down, and, taking out his goods, put the virgins in the cart, that they might make their escape to some of the Greek cities. This devout act of Albinius, and the respect he showed thus signally to the gods, at a time of such extremity, deserved not to be passed over in silence. But the priests that belonged to other gods, and the most elderly of the senators, men who had been consuls and had enjoyed triumphs, could not endure to leave the city, but, putting on their sacred and splendid robes, Fabius the high priest performing the office, they made their prayers to the gods, and, devoting themselves, as it were, for their country, sat themselves down in their ivory chairs in the forum, and in that posture expected the event. On the 3rd day after the battle, Brennus appeared with his army at the city, and, finding the gates wide open and no guards upon the walls, first began to suspect it was some design or stratagem, never dreaming that the Romans were in so desperate a condition. But when he found it to be so indeed, he entered at the Colline Gate, and took Rome in the 360th year, or a little more, after it was built. If, indeed, it can be supposed probable that an exact chronological statement has been preserved of events which were themselves the cause of chronological difficulties about things of later date, of the calamity itself, however, and of the fact of the capture, some faint rumors seem to have passed at the time into Greece. Heraclides Ponticus, who lived not long after these times, in his book Upon the Soul, relates that a certain report came from the west, that an army, proceeding from the Hyper, had taken a Greek city called Rome, seated somewhere upon the great sea. But I do not wonder that so fabulous and high-flown an author as Heraclides should embellish the truth of the story with expressions about Hyperboreans and the Great Sea. Aristotle, the philosopher, appears to have heard a correct statement of the taking of the city by the Gauls, but he calls its deliverer Lucius, whereas Camillus' surname was not Lucius, but Marca. But this is a matter of conjecture. Brennus, having taken possession of Rome, set a strong guard about the capital, and going himself down into the forum, was there struck with amazement at the sight of so many men sitting in that order and silence, observing that they neither rose at his coming, nor so much as changed color or countenance, but remained without fear or concern, leaning upon their staves, and sitting quietly, looking at each other, the Gauls, for a great while, stood wondering at the strangeness of the sight, not daring to approach or touch them, taking them for an assembly of superior beings. But when one, bolder than the rest, drew near to Marcus Papirius, and, putting forth his hand, gently touched his chin and stroked his long beard, Papirius with his staff struck him a severe blow on the head, upon which the barbarian drew his sword and slew him. This was the introduction to the slaughter. For the rest, following his example, set upon them all and killed them, and dispatched all others that came in their way, and so went on to the sacking and pillaging the houses, which they continued for many days ensuing. Afterwards, they burnt them down to the ground and demolished them, being incensed at those who kept the capital because they would not yield to summons, but, on the contrary, when assailed, had repelled them with some loss from their defenses. This provoked them to ruin the whole city, and to put to the sword all that came to their hands, young and old, men, women, and children. And now, the siege of the capital having lasted a good while, the Gauls began to be in want of provision, and dividing their forces, part of them stayed with their king at the siege. The rest went to forage the country, ravaging the towns and villages where they came, but not all together in a body, but in different squadrons and parties, and to such a confidence had success raised them, that they carelessly rambled about without the least fear or apprehension of danger. But the greatest and best ordered body of their forces went to the city of Arda, where Camillus then sojourned, having, ever since his leaving Rome, sequestered himself from all business and taken to a private life. But now he began to rouse up himself, and consider not how to avoid or escape the enemy, but to find out an opportunity to be revenged upon them. And perceiving that the Ardeatians wanted not men, but rather enterprise, through the inexperience and timidity of their officers, he began to speak with the young men, first, to the effect that they ought not to ascribe the misfortune of the Romans to the courage of their enemy, nor attribute the losses they sustained by rash counsel to the conduct of men who had no title to victory. The event had been only an evidence of the power of fortune, that it was a brave thing, even with danger, to repel a foreign and barbarous invader, whose end in conquering was like fire, to lay waste and destroy. But if they would be courageous and resolute, he was ready to put an opportunity into their hands to gain a victory without hazard at all. When he found the young men embraced the thing, he went to the magistrates and council of the city, and, having persuaded them also, he mustered all that could bear arms, and drew them up within the walls, that they might not be perceived by the enemy who was near, who, having scoured the country, and now returned heavy-laden with booty, lay encamped in the plains in a careless and negligent posture, so that, with the night ensuing upon debauch and drunkenness, silence prevailed through all the camp. When Camillus learned this from his scouts, he drew out the ardeations, and in the dead of the night, passing in silence over the ground that lay between, came up to their works, and, commanding his trumpets to sound and his men to shout and halloo, he struck terror into them from all quarters, while drunkenness impeded and sleep retarded their movements. A few, whom fear had sobered, getting into some order, for a while resisted, and so died with their weapons in their hands. But the greatest part of them, buried in wine and sleep, were surprised without their arms, and dispatched, and as many of them as by the advantage of the night got out of the camp were the next day found scattered abroad and wandering in the fields, and were picked up by the horse that pursued them. And stirred up the young men from various quarters to come and join themselves with him. But none were so much concerned as those Romans who escaped in the battle of Alea and were now at Veii, thus lamenting with themselves, "O heavens, what a commander has Providence!" bereaved Rome of to honor Ardea with his actions. And that city, which brought forth and nursed so great a man, is lost and gone, and we, destitute of a leader and shut up within strange walls, sit idle, and see Italy ruined before our eyes. Come, let us send to the Ardeations to have back our general, or else, with weapons in our hands, let us go thither to him, for he is no longer a banished man, nor we citizens, having no country but what is in the possession of the enemy. To this they all agreed, and sent to Camillus to desire him to take the command. But he answered that he would not, until they that were in the capital should legally appoint him. For he esteemed them as long as they were in being to be his country, that if they should command him, he would readily obey. But against their consent he would intermeddle with nothing. When this answer was returned, they admired the modesty and temper of Camillus, but they could not tell how to find a messenger to carry the intelligence to the capital, or rather, indeed, it seemed altogether impossible for any one to get to the citadel whilst the enemy was in full possession of the city. But among the young men there was one, Pontius Comini, of ordinary birth, but ambitious of honor, who proffered himself to run the hazard, and took no letters with him to those in the capital, lest, if he were intercepted, the enemy might learn the intentions of Camillus. But, putting on a poor dress and carrying corks under it, he boldly traveled the greatest part of the way by day, and came to the city when it was dark. The bridge he could not pass, as it was guarded by the barbarians, so that taking his clothes, which were neither many nor heavy, and binding them about his head, he laid his body upon the corks, and, swimming with them, got over to the city, and avoiding those quarters where he perceived the enemy was awake, which he guessed at by the lights and noise, he went to the Carmental gate, where there was greatest silence, and where the hill of the capital is steepest, and rises with craggy and broken rock. By this way he got up, though with much difficulty, by the hollow of the cliff, and presented himself to the guards, saluting them, and telling them his name. He was taken in, and carried to the commander, and a senate being immediately called, he related to them in orders a victory of Camillus, which they had not heard of before, and the proceedings of the soldiers, urging them to confirm Camillus in the command, as on him alone all their fellow countrymen outside the city would rely. Having heard and consulted of the matter, the Senate declared Camillus dictator, and sent back Pontius the same way that he came, who, with the same success as before, got through the enemy without being discovered, and delivered to the Romans outside the decision of the Senate, who joyfully received it. Camillus, on his arrival, found 20,000 of them ready in arms, with which forces and those confederates he brought along with him, he prepared to set upon the enemy. But at Rome some of the barbarians, passing by chance near the place at which Pontius by night had got into the capital, spied in several places marks of feet and hands, where he had laid hold and clambered, and places where the plants that grew to the rock had been rubbed off, and the earth had slipped, and went accordingly, and reported it to the king, who, coming in person, and viewing it, for the present said nothing, but in the evening picking out such of the Gauls as were nimblest of body, and by living in the mountains were accustomed to climb. He said to them, "The enemy themselves have shown us a way how to come at them, which we knew not of before, and have taught us that it is not so difficult and impossible, but that men may overcome it. It would be a great shame, having begun well, to fail in the end, and to give up a place as impregnable, when the enemy himself lets us see the way by which it may be taken. For where it was easy for one man to get up, it will not be hard for many, one after another. Nay, when many shall undertake it, they will be aid and strength to each other. Rewards and honors shall be bestowed on every man as he shall acquit himself." When the king had thus spoken, the Gauls cheerfully undertook to perform it. And in the dead of night, a good party of them together, with great silence, began to climb the rock, clinging to the precipitous and difficult ascent, which yet upon trial offered a way to them, and proved less difficult than they had expected, so that the foremost of them, having gained the top of all, and put themselves into order, they all but surprised the and mastered the watch, who were fast asleep, for neither man nor dog perceived their coming. But there were sacred geese kept near the temple of Juno, which at other times were plentifully fed, but now, by reason that corn and all other provisions were grown scarce for all, were but in a poor condition. The creature is by nature of quick sense, and apprehensive of the least noise, so that these, being moreover watchful through hunger and restless, immediately discovered the coming of the Gauls, and, running up and down with their noise and cackling, they raised the whole camp, while the barbarians on the other side, perceiving themselves discovered, no longer endeavored to conceal their attempt, but with shouting and violence advanced to the assault. The Romans, everyone in haste, snatching up the next weapon that came to hand, did what they could on the sudden occasion. Manlius, a man of consular dignity, of strong body and great spirit, was the first that made head against them, and engaging with two of the enemy at once, with his sword cut off the right arm of one just as he was lifting up his blade to strike, and running his target full in the face of the other, tumbled him headlong down the steep rock. Then mounting the rampart, and there standing with others that came running to his assistance, drove down the rest of them, who, indeed, to begin, had not been many, and did nothing worthy of so bold an attempt. The Romans, having thus escaped this danger, early in the morning took the captain of the watch, and flung him down the rock upon the heads of their enemies, and to Manlius for his victory voted a reward, intended more for honor than advantage, bringing him, each man of them, as much as he received for his daily allowance, which was 1/2 pound of bread, and 1/8 of a pint of wine. Henceforward, the affairs of the Gauls were daily in a worse and worse condition. They wanted provisions being withheld from foraging through fear of Camillus, and sickness also was amongst them, occasioned by the number of carcasses that lay in heaps unburied, being lodged among the ruins, the ashes, which were very deep, blown about with the winds and, combining with the sultry heats, breathed up, so to say, a dry and searching air, the inhalation of which was destructive to their health. But the chief cause was the change from their natural climate, coming as they did out of shady and hilly countries, abounding in means of shelter from the heat, to lodge in low, and in the autumn season, very unhealthy ground, added to which was the length and tediousness of the siege, as they had now sat 7 months before the capital. There was, therefore, a great destruction among them, and the number of the dead grew so great that the living gave up burying them. Neither, indeed, were things on that account any better with the besieged, for famine increased upon them, and despondency with not hearing anything of Camillus. It being impossible to send any one to him, the city was so guarded by the barbarians, things being in this sad condition on both sides. A motion of treaty was made at first by some of the outposts, as they happened to speak with one another, which, being embraced by the leading man Sulpicius, tribune of the Romans, came to a parley with Brennus, in which it was agreed that the Romans, laying down 1,000 weight of gold, the Gauls upon the receipt of it should immediately quit the city and territories, the agreement being confirmed by oath on both sides, and the gold brought forth. The Gauls used false dealing in the weights, secretly at first, but afterwards openly pulled back and disturbed the balance, at which the Romans indignantly complaining. Brennus in a scoffing and insulting manner pulled off his sword and belt and threw them both into the scales. And when Sulpicius asked what that meant, "What should it mean?" says he, "but woe to the conquered," which afterwards became a proverbial saying. As for the Romans, some were so incensed that they were for taking their gold back again and returning to endure the siege. Others were for passing by and dissembling a petty injury, and not to account that the indignity of the thing lay in paying more than was due, since the paying anything at all was itself a dishonor, only submitted to as a necessity of the times. Whilst this difference remained still unsettled, both amongst themselves and with the Gauls, Camillus was at the gates with his army, and, having learned what was going on, commanded the main body of his forces to follow slowly after him in good order, and himself, with the choicest of his men hastening on, went at once to the Romans, where all giving way to him, and receiving him as their sole magistrate, with profound silence and order, he took the gold out of the scales, and delivered it to his officers, and commanded the Gauls to take their weights and scales and depart, saying that it was customary with the Romans to deliver their country with iron, not with gold. And when Brennus began to rage, and say that he was unjustly dealt with, in such a breach of contract? Camillus answered that it was never legally made, and the agreement of no force or obligation, for that himself being declared dictator, and there being no other magistrate by law, the engagement had been made with men who had no power to enter into it. But now they might say anything they had to urge, for he was come with full power by law to grant pardon to such as should ask it, or inflict punishment on the guilty, if they did not repent. At this Brennus broke into violent anger, and an immediate quarrel ensued. Both sides drew their swords and attacked, but in confusion, as could not otherwise be amongst houses, and ill narrow lanes and places where it was impossible to form in any order. But Brennus, presently recollecting himself, called off his men, and, with the loss of a few only, brought them to their camp, and, rising in the night, with all his forces, left the city, and, advancing about 8 miles, encamped upon the way to Camillus came up with him, splendidly armed himself, and his soldiers full of courage and confidence, and there engaging with him in a sharp conflict, which lasted a long while, overthrew his army with great slaughter, and took their camp. Of those that fled, some were presently cut off by the pursuers. Others, and these were the greatest number, dispersed hither and thither, and were dispatched by the people that came sallying out from the neighboring towns and villages. Thus Rome was strangely taken, and more strangely recovered, having been 7 whole months in the possession of the barbarians who entered her a little after the Ides of July, and were driven out about the Ides of February following. Camillus triumphed, as he deserved, having saved his country that was lost, and brought the city, so to say, back again to itself. For those that had fled abroad, together with their wives and children, accompanied him as he rode in, and those who had been shut up in the capital, and were reduced almost to the point of perishing with hunger, went out to meet him, embracing each other as they met, and weeping for joy, and, through the excess of the present pleasure, scarce believing in its truth. And when the priests and ministers of the gods appeared, bearing the sacred things, which in their flight they had either hid on the spot, or conveyed away with them, and now openly showed in safety, the citizens who saw the blessed sight felt as if with these the gods themselves were again returned unto Rome, after Camillus had sacrificed to the gods. and purified the city according to the direction of those properly instructed. He restored the existing temples and erected a new one to Ruma, or voice, informing himself of the spot in which that voice from heaven came by night to mark a seat, foretelling the coming of the barbarian army. It was a matter of difficulty and a hard task, amidst so much rubbish, to discover and redetermine the consecrated places, but by the zeal of Camillus and the incessant labor of the priests, it was at last accomplished. But when it came also to rebuilding the city, which was wholly demolished, despondency seized the multitude, and a backwardness to engage in a work for which they had no materials. At a time, too, when they rather needed relief and repose from their past labors than any new demands upon their exhausted strength and impaired fortunes. Thus insensibly they turned their thoughts again towards Veii, a city ready built and well provided, and gave an opening to the arts of flatterers eager to gratify their desires, and lent their ears to seditious language flung out against Camillus, as that, out of ambition and self-glory, he withheld them from a city fit to receive them, forcing them to live in the midst of ruins, and to re-erect a pile of burnt rubbish, that he might be esteemed, not the chief magistrate only, and general of Rome, but, to the exclusion of Romulus, its founder also. The Senate, therefore, fearing a sedition, would not suffer Camillus, though to lay down his authority within the year, though no other dictator had ever held it above 6 months. They themselves, meantime, used their best endeavors, by kind persuasions and familiar addresses, to encourage and to appease the people, showing them the shrines and tombs of their ancestors, calling to their remembrance the sacred spots and holy places which Romulus and Numa or any other of their kings had consecrated and left to their keeping. And among the strongest religious arguments urged the head, newly separated from the body, which was found in laying the foundation of the Capitol, marking it as a place destined by fate to be the head of all Italy, and the holy fire which had just been rekindled again since the end of the war by the Vestal Virgins. What a disgrace would it be to them to lose and extinguish this, leaving the city it belonged to be either inhabited by strangers and newcomers, or left a wild pasture for cattle to graze on. Such reasons as these, urged with complaint and expostulation, sometimes in private upon individuals, and sometimes in their public assemblies, were met, on the other hand, by laments and protestations of distress and helplessness, entreaties that, reunited as they just were after a sort of shipwreck, naked and destitute, they would not constrain them to patch up the pieces of a ruined and shattered city, when they had another at hand ready built and prepared, Camillus thought good to refer it to general deliberation, and himself spoke largely and earnestly in behalf of his country, as also many others. At last, calling to Lucretius, whose place it was to speak first, he commanded him to give his sentence, and the rest as they followed in order, silence being made. And Lucretius, just about to begin, by chance a centurion, passing by outside with his company of the day, called out with a loud voice to the ensign-bearer to halt and fix his standard, for this was the best place to stay in. This voice, coming in that moment of time, and at that crisis of uncertainty and anxiety for the future, was taken as a direction what was to be done, so that Lucretius, assuming an attitude of devotion, gave sentence in concurrence with the gods, as he said, as likewise did all that followed. Even among the common people it created a wonderful change of feeling. Everyone now cheered and encouraged his neighbor, and set himself to the work, proceeding in it, however, not by any regular lines or divisions, but every one pitching upon that plot of ground which came next to hand, or best pleased his fancy, by which haste and hurry in building. They constructed their city in narrow and ill-designed lanes, and with houses huddled together one upon another, for it is said that within the compass of the year the whole city was raised up anew, both in its public walls and private buildings. The persons, however, appointed by Camillus to resume and mark out, in this general confusion, all consecrated places coming in their way round the Palatium to the chapel of Mars, found Achapa itself, indeed destroyed and burnt to the ground, like everything else, by the barbarians. But whilst they were clearing their place and carrying away the rubbish, lit upon Romulus's augural staff, buried under a great heap of ashes, this sort of staff is crooked at one end, and is called They make use of it in quartering out the regions of the heavens when engaged in divination from the flight of birds. Romulus, who was himself a great diviner, made use of it. But when he disappeared from the earth, the priests took his staff and kept it, as other holy things, from the touch of man. And when they now found that, whereas all other things were consumed, the staff had altogether escaped the flames, they began to conceive happier hopes of Rome, and to augur, from this token, its future everlasting safety. And now they had scarcely got a breathing time from their trouble, when a new war came upon them, and the Aequians, Volscians, and Latins all at once invaded their territories, and the Tuscans besieged Sutrium, their confederate city. The military tribunes, who commanded the army, and were encamped about the hill Macius, being closely besieged by the Latins, and the camp in danger to be lost, send to Rome, where Camillus was a third time chosen dictator of this war. 2 different accounts are given. I shall begin with the more fabulous. They say that the Latins, whether out of pretense or a real design to revive the ancient relationship of the two nations, sent to desire of the Romans some free-born maidens in marriage, that when the Romans were at a loss how to determine, for on one hand they dreaded a war, having scarcely yet settled and recovered themselves, and on the other side suspected that this asking of wives was, in plain terms, nothing else but a demand for hostage, though covered over with the specious name of intermarriage and alliance, a certain handmaid by name Tutula, or, as some call her, Felotas, persuaded the magistrates to send with her some of the most youthful and best-looking maids in the bridal dress of noble virgins, and leave the rest to her care and management, that the magistrates consenting chose out as many as she thought necessary for her purpose, and, adorning them with gold and rich clothes, delivered them to the Latins who were encamped not far from the city, that at night the rest stole away the enemy's swords. But Shula, or Phalotis, getting to the top of a wild fig tree, and spreading out a thick woolen cloth behind her, held out a torch towards Rome, which was the signal concerted between her and the commanders, without the knowledge, however, of any other of the citizens, which was the reason that their issuing out from the city was tumultuous, the officers pushing their men on, and they calling upon one another's names, and scarce able to bring themselves into order, that setting upon the enemy's works, who either were asleep or expected no such matter, they took the camp and destroyed most of them, and that this was done on the nones of July, which was then called Quintilis, and that the feast that is observed on that day is a commemoration of what was then done. For in it, first, they run out of the city and grade crowds, and call out aloud several familiar and common names, Caius, Marcus, Lucius, and the like, in representation of the way in which they called to one another when they went out in such haste. In the next place, the maidservants, gaily dressed, run about, playing and jesting upon all they meet, and amongst themselves. Also, use a kind of skirmishing, to show they helped in the conflict against the Latins. And while eating and drinking, they sit shaded over with boughs of wild fig tree, and the day they call Nane Caprotene, as some think from that wild fig tree on which the maid-servant held up her torch, the Roman name for a wild fig tree being capra. Others refer most of what is said or done at this feast to the fate of Romulus, for, on this day, he vanished outside the gates in a sudden darkness and storm. Some think it an eclipse of the sun, and from this, the day was called None Caprotane, the Latin for a goat being capra, and the place where he disappeared having the name of Goat's Marsh, as is stated in his life. But the general stream of writers prefer the other account of this war, which they thus relate. Camillus, being the third time chosen dictator, and learning that the army under the tribunes was besieged by the Latins, and was constrained to arm, not only those under, but also those over the age of service, and taking a large circuit round the mountain macious, undiscovered by the enemy, lodged his army on their rear, and then by many fires gave notice of his arrival. The besieged, encouraged by this, prepared to sally forth and join battle. But the Latins and Volscians, fearing this exposure to an enemy on both sides, drew themselves within their works and fortified their camp with a strong palisade of trees on every side, resolving to wait for more supplies from home, and expecting, also, the assistance of the Tuscans, their confederates. Camillus, detecting their object, and fearing to be reduced to the same position to which he had brought them, namely, to be besieged himself, resolved to lose no time, and finding their rampart was all of timber, and observing that a strong wind constantly at sun-rising blew off from the mountains, after having prepared a quantity of combustibles about break of day, he drew forth his forces, commanding a part with their missiles to assault the enemy with noise, and shouting on the other quarter, whilst he, with those that were to fling in the fire, went to that side of the enemy's camp to which the wind usually blew, and there waited his opportunity. When the skirmish was begun, and the sun risen, and a strong wind set in from the mountains, he gave the signal of onset, and, heaping in an infinite quantity of fiery matter, filled all their rampart with it, so that the flame, being fed by the close timber and wooden palisades, went on and spread into all quarters. The Latins, having nothing ready to keep it off or extinguish it, when the camp was now almost full of fire, were driven back within a very small compass, and at last forced by necessity to come into their enemies' hands, who stood before the works ready armed and prepared to receive them. Of these very few escaped, while those that stayed in the camp were all a prey to the fire, until the Romans, to gain the pillage, extinguished it. These things performed, Camillus, leaving his son Lucius in the camp to guard the prisoners and secure the booty, passed into the enemy's country, where, having taken the city of the Aequians, and reduced Dana. He then immediately led his army to, not having heard what had befallen the Sutrians, but making haste to assist them, as if they were still in danger, and besieged by the Tuscans. They, however, had already surrendered their city to their enemies, and destitute of all things, with nothing left but their clothes, met Camillus on the way, leading their wives and children, and bewailing their misfortune. Camillus himself was struck with compassion, and perceiving the soldiers weeping and commiserating their case, while the Sutrians hung about and clung to them, resolved not to defer revenge, but that very day to lead his army to conjecturing that the enemy, having just taken a rich and plentiful city without an enemy left within it, nor any from without to be expected, would be found abandoned to enjoyment and unguarded. Neither did his opinion fail him. He not only passed through their country without discovery, but came up to their very gates and possessed himself of the walls, not a man being left to guard them, but their whole army scattered about in the houses, drinking and making merry. Nay, when at last they did perceive that the enemy had seized the city, they were so overloaded with meat and wine that few were able so much as to endeavor to escape, but either waited shamefully for their death within doors, or surrendered themselves to the conqueror. Thus the city of the Sutrians was twice taken in one day, and they who were in possession lost it, and they who had lost regained it, alike by the means of Camillus. For all which actions he received a triumph, which brought him no less honor and reputation than the two former ones. For those citizens who before most regarded him with an evil eye, and ascribed his successes to a certain luck rather than real merit, were compelled by these last acts of his to allow the whole honor to his great abilities and energy. That of all the adversaries and enviers of his glory, Marcus Manlius was the most distinguished. He who first drove back the Gauls when they made their night attack upon the capital, and who, for that reason, had been named Capit. This man, affecting the first place in the Commonwealth, and not able by noble ways to outdo Camillus's reputation, took that ordinary course towards usurpation of absolute power, namely, to gain the multitude, those of them especially that were in debt, defending some by pleading their causes against their creditors, rescuing others by force, and not suffering the law to proceed against them, insomuch that in a short time he got great numbers of indigent people about him, whose tumults and uproars in the forum struck terror into the principal citizens. After that, Quintius Capitolinus, who was made dictator to suppress these disorders, had committed Manlius to prison. The people immediately changed their apparel, a thing never done but in great and public calamities, and the Senate, fearing some tumult, ordered him to be released. He, however, when set at liberty, changed not his course, but was rather the more insolent in his proceedings, filling the whole city with faction and sedition. They chose, therefore, Camillus, again military tribune, and a day being appointed for Manlius to answer to his charge, The prospect from the place where his trial was held proved a great impediment to his accusers. For the very spot where Manlius by night fought with the Gauls overlooked the forum from the Capitol, so that, stretching forth his hands that way, and weeping, he called to their remembrance his past actions, raising compassion in all that beheld him, insomuch that the judges were at a loss what to do, and several times adjourned the trial, unwilling to acquit him of the crime which was sufficiently proved, and yet unable to execute the law while his noble action remained, as it were, before their eyes. Camillus, considering this, transferred the court outside the gates to the Pettiline Grove, from whence there is no prospect of the Capitol. Here his accuser went on with his charge, and his judges were capable of remembering and duly resenting his guilty deeds. He was convicted, carried to the Capitol, and flung headlong from the rock. So that one. And the same spot was thus the witness of his greatest glory. The Romans, besides, raised his house and built there a temple to the goddess they call Moneta, ordaining for the future that none of the patrician order should ever dwell on the Capitoline. And now, being called to his 6th tribuneship, desired to be excused, as being aged, and perhaps not unfearful of the malice of fortune, and those reverses which seem to ensue upon great prosperity. But the most apparent pretense was the weakness of his body, for he happened at that time to be sick. The people, however, would admit of no excuses, but, crying that they wanted not his strength for horse or for foot service, but only his counsel and conduct, constrained him to undertake the command, and with one of his fellow tribunes to lead the army immediately against the enemy. These were the Prinsteins and Volscians, whom, with large forces, were laying waste the territory of the Roman confederates. Having marched out with his army, he sat down and encamped near the enemy, meaning himself to protract the war, or if there should come any necessity or occasion of fighting, in the meantime to regain his strength. But Lucius Furius, his colleague, carried away with the desire of glory, was not to be held in, but impatient to give battle. Inflamed the inferior officers of the army with the same eagerness, so that Camillus, fearing he might seem out of envy to be wishing to rob the young men of the glory of a noble exploit, consented, though unwillingly, that he should draw out the forces, whilst himself, by reason of weakness, stayed behind with a few in the camp. Lucius, engaging rashly, was discomfited when, perceiving the Romans to give ground and fly, could not contain himself, but, leaping from his bed, with those he had about him ran to meet them at the gates of the camp, making his way through the flyers to oppose the pursuers, so that those who had got within the camp turned back at once and followed him, and those that came flying from without made head again and gathered about him, exhorting one another not to forsake their general. Thus the enemy for that time was stopped in his pursuit, The next day Camillus, drawing out his forces and joining battle with them, overthrew them by main force, and, following close upon them, entered pell-mell with them into their camp and took it, slaying the greatest part of them. Afterwards, having heard that the city Satricum was taken by the Tuscans and the inhabitants, all Romans, put to the sword, he sent home to Rome the main body of his forces and heaviest, and, taking with him the lightest and most vigorous soldiers, set suddenly upon the Tuscans, who were in the possession of the city, and mastered them, slaying some and expelling the rest, and so, returning to Rome with great spoils, gave signal evidence of their superior wisdom, who, not mistrusting the weakness and age of a commander endued with courage and conduct, had rather chosen him who was sickly and desirous to be excused than younger men who were forward and ambitious to command. When, therefore, the revolt of the Tusculans was reported, they gave Camillus the charge of reducing them, choosing one of his 5 colleagues to go with him, and when every one was eager for the place, contrary to the expectation of all, he passed by the rest and chose Lucius Furius, the very same man who lately, against the judgment of had rashly hazarded and nearly lost a battle, willing, as it should seem, to dissemble that miscarriage, and free him from the shame of it. The Tusculans, hearing of Camillus's coming against them, made a cunning attempt at revoking their act of revolt. Their fields, as in times of highest peace, were full of ploughmen and shepherds. Their gates stood wide open, and their children were being taught in the schools of the people, such as were tradesmen he found in their workshops, busied about their several employments, and the better sort of citizens walking in the public places in that ordinary dress. The magistrates hurried about to provide quarters for the Romans, as if they stood in fear of no danger and were conscious of no fault, which arts, though they could not dispossess Camillus of the conviction he had of their treason, yet induced some compassion for their repentance. He commanded them to go to the Senate and deprecate their anger, and joined himself as an intercessor in their behalf, so that their city was acquitted of all guilt and admitted to Roman citizenship. These were the most memorable actions of his 6th tribuneship. After these things, Licinius Stolo raised a great sedition in the city, and brought the people to dissension with the Senate, contending that of 2 consuls one should be chosen out of the commons, and not both out of the patricians. Tribunes of the people were chosen, but the election of consuls was interrupted and prevented by the people, and as this absence of any supreme magistrate was leading to yet further confusion, Camillus was the 4th time created dictator by the Senate, sorely against the people's will, and not altogether in accordance with his own. He had little desire for a conflict with men whose past services entitled them to tell him that he had achieved far greater actions in war along with them than in politics with the patricians, who, indeed, had only put him forward now out of envy, that, if successful, he might crush the people, or, failing, be crushed himself. However, to provide as good a remedy as he could for the present, knowing the day on which the tribunes of the people intended to prefer the law, he appointed it by proclamation for a general muster, and called the people from the forum into the campus, threatening to set heavy fines upon such as should not obey. On the other side, the tribunes of the people met his threats by solemnly protesting they would fine him in 50,000 drachmas of silver if he persisted in obstructing the people from giving their suffrages for the law, whether it were then that he feared another banishment or condemnation which would ill become his age and past great actions, or found himself unable to stem the current of the multitude, which ran strong and violent, he betook himself, for the present, to his house, and afterwards, for some days together, professing sickness, finally laid down his dictatorship. The Senate created another dictator, who, choosing Stolo, leader of the sedition, to be his genera of whores, suffered that law to be enacted and ratified, which was most grievous to the patricians, namely, that no person whatsoever should possess above 500 acres of land. Stolo was much distinguished by the victory he had gained, but not long after was found himself to possess more than he had allowed to others, and suffered the penalties of his own law. And now the contention about election of consuls coming on, which was the main point and original cause of the dissension, and had throughout furnished most matter of division between the Senate and the people. Certain intelligence arrived that the Gauls again, proceeding from the Adriatic Sea, were marching in vast numbers upon Rome. On the very heels of the report followed manifest acts also of hostility. The country through which they marched was all wasted, and such as by flight could not make their escape to Rome were dispersing and scattering among the mountains. The terror of this war quieted the sedition. Nobles and commons, senate and people, together, unanimously chose Camillus, the fifth-time dictator, who, though very aged, not wanting much of 80 years yet, considering the danger and necessity of his country, did not, as before, pretend sickness or depreciate his own capacity, but at once undertook the charge and enrolled soldiers, and knowing that the great force of the barbarians lay chiefly in their swords, with which they laid about them in a rude and inartificial manner, hacking and hewing the head and shoulders, he caused headpieces entire of iron to be made for most of his men, smoothing and polishing the outside, that the enemy's swords, lighting upon them, might either slide off or be broken, and fitted also their shields with a little rim of brass, the wood itself not being sufficient to bear off the blows. Besides, he taught his soldiers to use their long javelins in close encounter, and, by bringing them under their enemies' swords, to receive their strokes upon them. When the Gauls drew near, about the river Onyo, dragging a heavy camp after them, and loaded with infinite spoil, Camillus drew forth his forces, and planted himself upon a hill of easy ascent, and which had many dips in it, with the object that the greatest part of his army might lie concealed, and those who appeared might be thought to have betaken themselves through fear to those upper grounds. And the more to increase this opinion in them, he suffered them, without any disturbance, to spoil and pillage even to his very trenches, keeping himself quiet within his works, which were well fortified, till, at last, perceiving that part of the enemy were scattered about the country foraging, and that those that were in the camp did nothing day and night but drink and revel, in the night-time he drew up his lightest armed men, and sent them out before to impede the enemy while forming, into order, unto harass them when they should first issue out of their camp, and early in the morning brought down his main body, and set them in battle array in the lower grounds, a numerous and courageous army, not as the barbarians had supposed, an inconsiderable and fearful division. The first thing that shook the courage of the Gauls was that their enemies had, contrary to their expectation, the honor of being aggressors. In the next place, the light-armed men, falling upon them before they could get into their usual order, or range themselves in their proper squadrons, so disturbed and pressed upon them that they were obliged to fight at random, without any order at all. But at last, when Camillus brought on his heavier legions, the barbarians, with their swords drawn, went vigorously to engage them. The Romans, however, opposing their javelins, and receiving the force of their blows on those parts of their defenses which were well guarded with steel, turned the edge of their weapons, being made of a soft and ill-tempered metal, so that their swords bent and doubled up in their hands, and their shields were pierced through and through, and grew heavy with the javelins that stuck upon them, and thus forced to quit their own weapons, they endeavored to take advantage of those of their enemies, laid hold of the javelins with their hands, and tried to pluck them away. But the Romans, perceiving them now naked and defenseless, bit themselves to their swords, which they so well used that in a little time great slaughter was made in the foremost ranks, while the rest fled over all parts of the level country. The hills and upper grounds Camillus had secured beforehand, and their camp they knew it would not be difficult for the enemy to take, as, through confidence of victory, they had left it unguarded. This fight, it is stated, was 13 years after the sacking of Rome. And from henceforward the Romans took courage, and surmounted the apprehensions they had hitherto entertained of the barbarians, whose previous defeat they had attributed rather to pestilence and a concurrence of mischances than to their own superior valor. And, indeed, this fear had been formerly so great that they made a law that priests should be excused from service in war, unless in an invasion from the Gauls. This was the last military action that ever Camillus performed, for the voluntary surrender of the city of the Velitrani was but a mere accessory to it. But the greatest of all civil contests, and the hardest to be managed, was still to be fought out against the people, who, returning home full of victory and success, insisted, contrary to established law, to have one of the consuls chosen out of their own body. The Senate strongly opposed it, and would not suffer Camillus to lay down his dictatorship, thinking that, under the shelter of his great name and authority, they should be better able to contend for the power of the aristocracy. But when Camillus was sitting upon the tribunal, dispatching public affairs, an officer sent by the tribunes of the people commanded him to rise and follow him, laying his hand upon him, as ready to seize and carry him away, upon which such a noise and tumult as was never heard before filled the whole forum. Some that were about Camillus, thrusting the officer from the bench, and the multitude below calling out to him to bring Camillus down, being at a loss what to do in these difficulties, he yet laid not down his authority, but, taking the senators along with him, he went to the Senate house, but before he entered, besought the gods that they would bring these troubles to a happy conclusion, solemnly vowing, when the tumult was ended, to build a temple to Concord. A great conflict of opposite opinions arose in the Senate, but at last the most moderate and most acceptable to the people prevailed, and consent was given that of 2 consuls, one should be chosen from the commonalty. When the dictator proclaimed this determination of the Senate to the people, at the moment pleased and reconciled with the Senate, as indeed could not otherwise be, they accompanied Camillus home, with all expressions and acclamations of joy, and the next day, assembling together, they voted a temple of Concord to be built, according to Camillus's vow, facing the assembly and the forum, and to the feasts called the Latin holidays they added 1 day more, making 4 in all, and ordained that, on the present occasion, the whole people of Rome should sacrifice with garlands on their heads. In the election of consuls held by Camillus Marcus Aemilius was chosen of the patricians, and Lucius Sextius, the first of the commonalty, and this was the last of all Camillus's actions. In the year following, a pestilential sickness infected Rome, which, besides an infinite number of the common people, swept away most of the magistrates, among whom was whose death cannot be called immature, if we consider his great age, or greater actions. Yet was he more lamented than all the rest put together that then died of that